Wherever this belongs to must be in bad shape. Better hurry. That must be whoever they kidnapped.
Come here. Look at. Look at me. I ain't near this man. It won't happen again. Please.
Hey everyone, we are here at Summer Game Fest, aka Key 3, that's what we've been calling it, to talk to Glenn Schofield about the Callisto Protocol. Glenn, how has it been? Like, you got to show off gameplay.
Oh man, it feels good.
Yeah.
I mean, we've been kind of hiding it for a couple of years, so it's always good to talk about your game, that's for sure.
And it had such a positive reaction at Summer Game Fest Live. What's been the big takeaway for you on the dev team?
I think just how positive everybody's been. I mean, people have their own opinions, and man, it's been really positive for us, so we've been really excited about it, and I couldn't ask for anything better.
And I mean, so obviously since working on Dead Space, technology has changed, graphics have changed, I mean, even next-gen consoles. How are you utilizing not only what you've learned working in the games industry for so long, but how are you utilizing modern technologies to help create, elicit that emotion from players?
Right. Well, both horror and sci-fi can really benefit from realism. Sci-fi because it's you're making it all up, right? It's your imagination. So how do you make it real, right? You add rust, you add grime, you add dirt. You're like you don't know what that thing is, but the fact that you can relate to it makes it better. And horror needs realism because you just want to suck the player in, right? The more you can make them feel like they're in that environment, the scarier it's going to be. So the new graphic systems, the new hardware, the new rendering techniques, ray tracing, all that have really helped us make a game that's really realistic. And even the characters look stunningly real. So that's really helped. The audio, right? Now you hear something, especially with headphones, I hear something like there. Now, we do that on purpose now. We're like, put the monster sound way up to the left so that the player hopefully will be a little bit more twitchy when they're looking around, right? And that adds to oh man, what's behind me? But then you want to look forward. So I think that's going to help with the scares and the tension and stuff like that. And of course the haptics, which we're still trying to get in all the ideas we have into it, but snapping a bone or that sort of thing, and you want to feel that, right?
I was going to say, so there's me playing Astro's Playroom and just feeling the snow beneath my feet, and then there's you lot going, oh, okay, let's snap a bone.
Yeah, and I'm seeing a lot more of this in horror movies like zombies, where they're like contortionists, and they're like, you hear the bones cracking and snapping. So, yeah, we want to get that in there.
I was going to ask, your feelings on horror, and, in particular when you're approaching it as a third-person game versus a first-person game, because obviously, first-person, you have that narrower field of view, whereas with third-person, you are still trying to engage the player in a way that they are twitchy about their surroundings, but they have, I guess, more agency. They have more time to react to things. Does that change how you approach designing encounters?
Yeah, I mean, third person, having just spent the last 9-10 years making first person, it's a different game. It's a different animal, right? It's all about your arms and your weapon. I mean, your weapon's your character. But in third person, it's like you got to worry about just about everything. Like did something just drip on me? Like, you don't see that stuff in first person, or the change just dragged. So, and then of course the deaths don't work as much. In third person, man, you see the deaths, you see the stomp, you see all the action that the player does. I mean, it is definitely harder because now you've got a billion animations.
Yeah.
But I don't know. It brings you more into it makes you want to save that character more because that's you.
So, I mean, how's your approach to, speaking to dev teams over the years, especially working on horror games, is the philosophy of how much you want to keep your player alive? Because obviously in things like Dead Space, in things like the Callisto Protocol, you've got the gory deaths. We saw one in Summer Game Fest. So you obviously want your player to experience those.
Yes.
And, feel that tension and feel that there is going to be consequences to messing up.
Yes.
But how do you also keep that tension ramping up so you get to a point where, like, if I'm playing and it's like, I died here, so I'm going to deliberately avoid this. I don't want to have to memorize it.
Right. Well, players inherently don't want to die.
Yeah.
You die 5 times and you're like mad at yourself,
Yeah.
So you don't want that to happen. But we know you're going to die in this game. But we try and we'll be like, we count all the time. We're like, all right, somebody can die 3 times here and we're okay with that.
Yeah.
There may be some place later in the game that's like, 4 times is all right. When we start to get to the bigger numbers, we don't want that to happen. We know it will happen, so we know the player is going to die, and we know that the player is going to want to try and keep themselves alive.
Yeah.
So it's just the way that goes. And then when you do die, you are scared because you're mad at yourself, or you lose stuff, or you got to start over again, or you've just got to go through that scary spot again.
Yeah.
So in our game, I know you want to keep yourself alive.
Yeah. So it's not even like you get the exposure because you kind of have the inherent fear that you're going to die again,
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
And you're going to die,
Yeah.
And you don't know how you're going to die.
Oh, interesting.
That's cool.
I was going to say danger around every corner.
Yeah, I hope so.
When it comes to working on the gore stuff, and I was fielding questions from my team because everyone is so excited, and they were like, someone brought up the Mortal Kombat team when they were coming up with fatalities years ago.
Oh, right, sure.
Yeah, and they were like, sometimes it gets a little heavy having to work on innards being ripped out in very creative ways. And how is the team approaching creating these just gruesome deaths over and over?
It's only a few people in a way. You got some animators who are doing it. You have your character creators who are doing it a little bit. Of course, your rendering team. So that's pretty good. Yeah, so you've got about 30 people are probably working on that.
Yeah.
Out of 200 or whatever. And there were times when, like the rendering guys, they're just looking at, and this is going to sound awful, but it's on the internet. Car crashes, all sorts of things.
No. As someone who grew up on like Rotten.com, I've been there. Yeah.
So, yeah, they get to a point where some of them are like, I've seen enough, and the others are like, whatever now.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it gets heavy. Yeah.
I was going to ask, so it's kind of the state of horror. What's it been like, making a game like this? Gaming development is so much more expensive these days, and there is always kind of the feel that something has to have, take something like Marvel's Avengers. It was a fantastic single-player game, and then they were like, no, you got to have this online part of it. Everything has to have this return, and it feels like, these single-player experiences, particularly horror, especially to ones the scope and just how like not expensive looking, but like how well made this game looks.
I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, and we had to find the right partner that was saying, I'm willing to let you make a franchise. Yeah. Right. Because on the beginning of this game, the whole damn game, it's just huge investment because you've got a new engine, a new team, no mechanics, right? There's nothing you can use. Everything is starting from scratch. And as a matter of fact, when you're working on a game like this, you don't even get to scares for like a year and a half.
Wow.
Because you're making the characters, you're making the enemies, you're building the worlds, you have to build special effects. Like when I was working on Call of Duty, we had 10 years of special effects.
Yeah.
So we could prototype real quick.
Yeah.
Like prototyping for this game has been boxes and stuff like that. Sort of what you hear like old school. There's a big investment. I thank God that Crafton took the chance with us and took the plunge, and we hope we make more than our investment back, and that they can see the future of this is a franchise. So it is a big deal, but we also saw this trend where like everything's going online.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a big game that made it single player. There's another one. There's still room for single player.
Yes. And I guess also it's like it can live online in a different way in terms of, especially with, scares, YouTube, Twitch, kind of gives that online injection. I was gonna ask, so obviously when the game was announced, it was gonna be part of the PUBG sort of wider universe, and then recently came the announcement that it was no longer, but there are gonna be ties. Are you able to talk to a little bit about that?
Yeah, sure. I mean, when we first started, when I first joined them, they were working on this giant timeline and story and lore and everything for PUBG. Like, they want to make more games sort of in that universe. So they were like, hey, could you fit in this like 300 years in the future? I'm like, sounds like a pretty good idea, we're going to be different, and they're like, well, look, we're dystopian, and we went along that way for a while, and then I don't know, it was really a while ago. I want to say a year or so. We're already not in that world.
Right.
Where the story is going in a direction, characters, universe, world, everything, and so it was just kind of, we got reminded not too long ago when I got a couple of those questions where I'm like, we kind of got to announce that we're not in that world anymore. We didn't want to confuse the fans.
Yeah.
They were like, is that a VR game you're making? So.
Yeah. That makes a lot of sense.
But, don't get me wrong, one of the reasons why we're here is because of PUBG.
Yeah.
I mean, we're all fans of it, and you might see little tiny things in there, won't have much to do with the story, but...
Just a nod and a wink. And I guess, is there anything you've been able to do? Well, obviously, we talked a little bit about advancements in technology, but even with regard to story, gameplay, anything you've been able to do in the Callisto Protocol that you haven't, it's been in the back of your mind for a long time? It's like, I'm just looking for the right project. Has there been anything like that?
It's just a more powerful machine, right? So I don't mean just. There's so much you can do with it, but it's not like it changes gameplay. Like when we went from 2D to 3D, which probably nobody remembers, it changed everything. When you went from 3D to VR, it changed everything.
Yeah.
But for a new console, it changes the haptics, it changes the sound, it changes the graphics, it changes what you can put on the screen.
Yeah.
For us, I'll get back to it, just that immersion, that realism, really, really did help. But it's not like we went, all of a sudden we can fly outside the box.
Yeah.
There was nothing really incredibly new. I'm going to get some designer that tells me I'm wrong.
I was going to say, you'll get a note on Slack.
Yeah, they're like liar.
Yeah. Well, Glenn, Callisto Protocol is coming out later this year. Do you want to tell the folks at home when they can play it?
December 2nd.
Not long to wait.
Hope you enjoy it.
For more from Summer Game Fest, make sure to keep your eyes peeled to GameSpot.
Lumos.
What do you think you're doing here, humans?
Welcome to Hogwarts Legacy. You're a new student at the famed School of Witchcraft and Wizardry with a unique ability to manipulate powerful ancient magic hidden in the wizarding world. You'll need to uncover what's behind the return of this forgotten magic and who is seeking to harness it to destroy wizard kind, as you may be the one that decides the fate of the entire wizarding world. But before you can study magic and begin to solve these mysteries, you must create the witch or wizard you want to be. When you arrive at Hogwarts, you will be sorted into one of the 4 Hogwarts houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, or Slytherin. After you settle into your dormitory, you will meet up with your housemates in the common room. You will then need to attend classes, and you do have some catching up to do, as you were starting Hogwarts late as a 5th year.
So you are the new student.
You'll begin your studies attending Charms, Defense Against the Dark Arts, Herbology, and Potions classes, to name a few.
Oh, hello, class. Please welcome the newest rose in our garden.
Shall we begin? Welcome to Year 5 of Charms. Now, this will be a crucial year in your education on the art of charm work, but I am confident that we will take hold with the passion and rigor requisite of such a challenge.
The best way to practice is by dueling. We'll start with you two.
Time for a proper Hogwarts welcome.
You may begin.
Not bad for a beginner.
Potions is one of the most challenging and hazardous subjects taught at this school.
Here you'll meet your professors and learn to cast spells, grow magical plants, brew potions, and more. In between classes, you'll be able to explore the castle famous for its secrets, enchantments, and mysteries. You'll discover dungeons and secret passageways, as well as challenging puzzles that will require magical skill and a clever mind to solve. You may even find yourself in iconic locations you've never been able to explore before. It's the late 1800s, so while the common rooms and classes may be familiar, most of your professors will not be. However, you may recognize a few faces.
All in good fun. Once Sir Patrick lets me join the Headless Hunt, I'll be right there with them. This offering is sure to win them over.
Don't forget why I'm here, sir.
You'll come to know this eclectic group of talented witches and wizards in class and while completing side assignments that are part of a special curriculum, ones designed to help you catch up with the other 5th years at your own speed.
Lumos.
Opportunities for adventure abound in the area surrounding Hogwarts. The magical abilities you learn to master through your schoolwork will soon become tested as you unravel a dangerous mystery by working alongside the accomplished and yet enigmatic Professor Fig to try and discover if the rumors of a mounting goblin rebellion hold any weight, and if the safety of Hogwarts lies in the balance.
I have. Opinions differ as to how great a threat he really is.
Ranrock's loyalists are capable of so much more than people realize.
The wizarding world of this era is fraught with dangers. Creatures corrupted by a magical force, powerful goblins, and sinister witches and wizards, all willing to fight, even kill, to achieve their own goals. In fact, there's an uneasy alliance between the goblins and dark wizards.
You said you could get to the child when they came to Hogsmeade. That all you needed was a distraction. I gave you a distraction.
I just watched a student take down your distraction. Who is this child? Are you not telling me?
But perhaps you shouldn't involve yourself with that just yet.
Let's go.
Enemies possess unique defensive and offensive abilities, including blasting curses, stunning spells, enchanted weaponry, and more. While some may attack directly, others might enchant and incapacitate you. Mastery of the shield charm allows you to deflect ranged spells and direct weapon strikes.
Defender! A bugler!
Counterattack with powerful stunning charms, allowing you to follow up with extended spell combinations.
Incendio! That's the best you can do.
Students who become particularly adept at spellcasting will find many ways to exploit their enemy's weakness. Slam with Descendo, Roast with Incendio, devastate your enemies using various finishes. You can even use the mysterious, powerful magic your professors do not understand to obliterate your strongest foes. Mixing and matching dozens of spells will let you define your combat style. On your path to become the ultimate duelist.
Perhaps you'd be good enough to blast each other to pieces on your own time.
In addition to classes and spells, you'll have access to a deep set of upgrades, talents, and skills to aid your progression as a wizard. Complete challenges throughout the world to earn experience. Level up your abilities by choosing talents to upgrade your spells, plants, and potions to increase their power. Decide which talents best fit your playstyle to allow you to focus on your favorite types of magic. You can also loot, buy, or craft your own magical gear that will increase your offensive and defensive capabilities in combat. Gear can be upgraded and specialized to allow for greater abilities for your chosen playstyle.
Use a strong, even motion when cutting your ingredients.
Spells are not the only tools at your disposal in combat. As you hone your wand skills, you can continue to further your magical education at Hogwarts, progressing your development as a witch or wizard. Brew potions that can increase your power when you need a boost. Grow and deploy magical plants to mob the battlefield and keep your enemies at bay. You can even unleash deadly mandrake seedlings to incapacitate unsuspecting enemies. In Beasts class, you will learn about a variety of magical beasts you might encounter, both at school and as you explore the world surrounding the castle and its grounds.
The goal of today is to remind all of you how to maneuver on a broomstick safely.
Learning and mastering broom flight is highly recommended so that you may travel around the world more quickly.
I want you to do my herbology homework.
You're despicable.
Some abilities may be taught to you by students who become your friends. As you develop relationships with these schoolmates, they can accompany you on your journey as your companions. And over time, you'll learn their stories.
This is our chance.
Natsai Onai is a brave adventurer driven by the justice she seeks. Poppy Sweeting has a kind heart and loves magical beasts, connecting with them more easily than with humans.
But what happens now?
Unafraid of detention or breaking the rules,
Sneaking in the restricted section again!
is Sebastian Sallow, a charismatic Slytherin
We've been over this, boy. Purplefigs cannot reverse a curse.
with a troubling family secret.
Nothing can. The sooner you accept that reality, the better.
You'll meet these students and more as you explore common rooms, hallways between classes, and regular gathering areas.
Welcome to the Room of Requirement.
One of the most remarkable secrets of Hogwarts is known as the Room of Requirement. You're introduced to this space that seems to sense what you need and then provides it for you. Since you need to catch up to your peers, the room provides space for you to sow and harvest plants, brew potions, and upgrade your gear. A helpful house elf named Deek helps you discover vivariums that allow you to nurture your own menagerie of magical beasts.
What is it?
Deke isn't sure. Only one way to find out.
You can freely customize this space to reflect your personality and magical specialties. Not everything you need on your journey is available at Hogwarts. You'll want to visit the nearby wizarding village of Hogsmeade, where loads of shops and vendors can provide you with the supplies you require. From potion ingredients and recipes, to seeds for magical plants, to all sorts of gear. But Hogsmeade also has its dangerous side. A band of dark witches and wizards, emboldened by the turmoil of the times, wander the village outskirts. You must avoid them or defeat them. As you explore, you'll find the world surrounding Hogwarts is alive with activity, wonders, and areas of unusual interest. As the school year progresses, dynamic seasons and climates will fill the sky with lightning or sunshine, or coat the ground with snow or rain. Unique wizarding hamlets pepper the countryside, each with vendors and residents who have stories to tell, and missions with which they could use your assistance. Be on the lookout for enchanting magical puzzles that may very well have been designed by Merlin himself when he was a student at Hogwarts. Magical beasts roam the lands outside the castle walls. Some have been corrupted by a mysterious dark magic, while others are at risk of poachers and their traps. If you're feeling benevolent, you can rescue them and restore them to health in the Room of Requirement. But there are dangers beyond your understanding in the world as well. Dungeons and vaults hold perilous threats and also untold rewards. Be careful where you choose to explore, as it may lead you down a darker path. Master spells. Befriend new allies. Journey across a landscape never seen before. Uncover ancient secrets. Combat mystical threats. Learn long-forgotten mysteries. Become the witch or wizard you want to be as you leave your unique mark on the wizarding world. Here, in Hogwarts Legacy.
selling humans as drugs. You're the only one that can stop them. You realize we're gonna have to take out the entire alien drug cartel.
You're just gonna leave me here in what, space?
Everybody lives in space, including you. All right, you're a bounty hunter now. You gotta help me rescue my friends. They're Gatlians, just like me.
Hey, why are you squeezing me so tight? How about a little dinner first and some bubble bath maybe first? Look at us, blasting away!
Oh yeah, that's one of my children. They die fast. Don't worry, it's easy to make more. Hey there, I'm knifey. Stab, stab. Yes, more. I need more stabbing.
Everyone, fight each other!
Okay. Now I can.
Pirating is in my blood, like adrenaline or stale grog. I've been in enough scraps to fill a dozen scrapbooks. I've got stories about ships, fights, love, treasure, betrayal, and root beer. But how about one that has all of the above? My name is Guybrush Threepwood, and this is a story about the time I finally found the secret of Monkey Island.
Guybrush Threepwood.
Listen, you are in a daze right now. You don't know who you are, why you're here. None of that matters. In the near future, you will encounter many perils. You will meet companions who treat you like family and embark on unimaginable adventures. Remember what you feel in this moment. As long as you know in your heart where you're heading, you will arrive at the end of the story. That's the you I like.
I have wine to soothe the souls of honored guests. Welcome aboard the Cienjo La Fool.
I've heard stories about you. I know you've been a rock hopper, so you've survived the crushing black of space. You work the docks on the series, so you don't put up with any bullshit. You were Dawes' attack dog, so you don't have any problems killing inners or belters who disagree with the OPA. I've heard quite a bit about you, Kamina Drummer. It's hard to tell if it's all true, though.
Truth is truth. How you deal with it is up to you, Boss Man.
I want you to know that you are safe. I'm your friend. Why did you come here? You presented yourself as able-bodied and eager to make improvements. Wicked child! But your behavior... Don't fight the process. I'll learn you! We're all working to unlock your potential. You can't hide your new self. A better self. A productive member of society. Thank you for volunteering for the therapy. We are all going to get better. Together.
Take a look outside. Did you know that they call Callisto the Dead Moon? Dead. Just like you would have been if I hadn't fished you out of that wreck. So whatever you're holding on to right there, that's your old life. You gotta let that go. Because your new life is entirely in my hands. I'm just trying to give you a chance at rebirth. I just love that last part. Gives me chills every time.
PlayStation. Hey, I'm Dave Klein.
And I'm Jordan Ramey.
And we had the chance to check out Sonic Frontiers at Summer Game Fest 2022, and we're here to talk about it. So, Jordan, initial impressions, what did you think?
It's wild that Sonic is being put in an open Breath of the Wild type world is kind of like my initial impressions of it. It's one of those things that, like, in a follow-up interview when we were talking to the devs and whatnot, they're like, oh, this is going to be like a new step for Sonic. And I can see that. I can see that this could theoretically be like a transformative step for our favorite blue hedgehog, but I'm not entirely convinced that it works. That it works the way that they want it to work.
Yeah, I mean, it's also interesting with what you said with Breath of the Wild, because in that interview that Jordan did, they revealed that they started working on it in 2017.
Yeah.
Same release day as Breath of the Wild, so it seems like a pretty clear inspiration. Yeah, I feel like some things do work, because we both had a chance to play it, and some things don't. And the last Sonic game that I played, that was a newer one, was Sonic Forces, and for me it has some of the same issues, which is the game feel of it. I like what they're doing with the size of the levels. There's a lot of collecting in the game, which I like. The openness is actually refreshing with the fact that Sonic controls a little weird, so you're not going to fall off that much. But to me, it was just controlling Sonic just feels slightly off. And anytime you move a direction, he just shoots that direction, and you're just going to start flying in different directions. And that's where the open field kind of helps. But it still has that same issue where something about it just feels a little off to me.
Yeah, and we should clarify, both Dave and I played, there's 2 modes for this game. One where it's like, oh, Sonic controls a little bit more, it's like it's action mode, and then there's one that's like high speed mode where he goes apparently blazing fast. We both played on that mode.
That's a good point,
so
yeah.
It's possible that on the other mode, it's much easier to do the actual platforming and combat segments.
Yeah, but I mean, we only had 15 minutes each.
Yeah.
Actually, something that's worth mentioning that you brought up is that as we talked to the producer about the game there's kind of different segments within the game and like things that they focused on. And one was the open field. Another one is the combat that's completely different than anything we've seen in Sonic so far, which is that now he punches and kicks, and you have a full combat sequence where you can learn different moves. There's almost like a skill tree for Sonic to learn moves, and there's dodging now, and you're really getting in enemies' faces as opposed to just bashing them, which was an interesting direction to take Sonic in.
I was about to say, did you like the combat at all? Like,
I actually, you know what, I did like it. I think it didn't feel as refined, and again, that's sort of the game feel thing to me, where things feel just slightly off. There's mini bosses that you face in the game, and a lot of them that we were facing feel really built in for the mechanics. Like, there is a giant one that both of us fought that has these legs that slams down, and then you run up the legs to jump and then start attacking it. And
very
it feels,
Shadow of the Colossus.
Yeah, very, very Shadow of the Colossus. And I felt like they were really taking into account the mechanics of the game and the gameplay and the combat and how Sonic works for these enemies. So I appreciated that, but did you get a different takeaway?
I was gonna say, with those bosses, the ones that were the like larger than life, that they were almost like platforming challenges in and of themselves, like that sort of combat I did really enjoy. Because I think that kind of fits with like the core idea and conceit of Sonic, where it's like he is a action platformer like protagonist.
Yeah.
We did face like a mini boss called the Ninja, that it was more like, oh no, this is kind of like just getting in its face and like dodging and then like punching it in the back, and I'm like, wow, this is that didn't really work for me as well. I was not enjoying that as much. So I do really like the ones that you were talking about, the ones where it's like, oh, I am platforming and fighting like at the same time. It gave me very Shadow of the Colossus, Hyper Light Drifter, like those sort of vibes. And I think that works for Sonic. So my hope is that we see more of those throughout the game. There was like that boss fight where it's like, oh, you had to like circle around him to like slowly knock down his head so that you could actually like attack him and finish him off. I'm like, that was really cool. I did enjoy that, but man, that ninja boss fight. Was...
You know, honestly, the ninja boss fight again feels very Breath of the Wild inspired to me because that whole like dodge, you get a little slow time to hit the enemy a little bit, is what Breath of the Wild did. So it feels like, again, it pulled away from that. I also love that boss you're talking about. There's one where you use a special move by circling around it to stun it. That was another one that I liked because it uses the mechanics, but his name is just Tower. So I thought that was kind of funny. I'm like, oh, okay, Tower. That's That's the boss. All right, tower.
Although I do wonder, and we should talk a little bit about like the story, or I guess lack of story that we really saw with this idea that's like, oh, it's just ninja, it's just tower. Like we saw these items that it's like, oh, if you collect enough of these, you can save Amy. It's like, save Amy, like what's happened to Amy? And then we had a cutscene where it's like, we saw Eggman, but he was in a totally different place. So it was just mostly Sonic not knowing what was going on, so we, the players, didn't know what was going on. We're just kind of wandering around, and the devs were like, oh, it's supposed to be a bit more of a mystery this time around. Like, it's not like this action comedy of Sonic being like, Eggman's here, Shadow's here, like, we need to stop him. Like, there's a mystery here that you have to solve, and I am curious to see, like, is that the thing that sells Sonic Frontiers? The fact that there is a mystery at the core of this game that you have to try to solve, something that we've never had before. I'm curious to try Sherlock Sonic.
Something else too is that what we played was essentially like the plateau in Breath of the Wild, where it's this smaller segment and then it opens up into the open field thing. How did you feel about the open field platforming itself? Because there's also a lot of puzzles sprinkled throughout it too. There's a lot to do in the open field.
It's fine. Like,
so enthusiastic.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where it's like we've had Breath of the Wild, we've had Immortals, Phoenix Rising, we've had Horizon Forbidden West. We've had a bunch of open world games that have puzzles in them over the past year. I don't think Sonic does anything actually revolutionary with them in its open world, besides the fact that everything's a bit further spaced out because Sonic runs so fast. He's basically already the mount that you would unlock for like Link and Aloy and stuff like that. So that is... I'm not going to be like, oh yeah, the puzzles like this, that's going to sell the game. I think it's just kind of your elementary like open world puzzles. I'm cautiously optimistic about it. I'm not like totally sold on it, but it is something that I'm like, oh, when it comes out, I'll probably check it out.
Yeah, honestly, I think it's, for me, one of my favorite Sonic games I've seen in the past 10 years outside of maybe Generations.
That's honestly though, like not.
Oh, I know, but it's like it's one where it looks like it's a step in the right direction. I'm mainly concerned about the game feel of it, but a lot of the things they're doing, I think, are steps in the right direction. So I'm really hopeful, and so that was Sonic Frontiers. Looking forward to it. Hopefully, it will be what all of us Sonic fans really hope for. So I'm hoping for that.
Yeah.
Until then, that's it for us with Sonic Frontiers and Summer Game Fest. Stay tuned for more Summer Game Fest, and we'll see you guys later.
You're watching Summer Game Fest. I'm Mohsen, and I am excited to be joined by Fleur Mati, executive producer on Gotham Knights, as well as Jeff Eleanor, game director on Gotham Knights, and we are going to be talking about Gotham Knights. How are you folks doing?
Awesome.
Good, thanks. How are you?
I'm doing great. You know, I'm better now that I've seen Nightwing. I've seen Nightwing's cheeks, let's call them, because everyone knows those are the best part of Nightwing.
Popular subject.
Yeah, very, very popular subject. We saw a bit of the game during the Keighleys the other day, and it's given us one of the most memorable moments from the show so far, which is Geoff Keighley shouting Batman is dead with an enthusiasm that I'm sure would upset quite a few members of the Bat family. How was it like to see that? Because when it happened, where he was like, Batman is dead, I was like, wow, I don't know, you should be dancing on his grave, Jeff.
Batman is dead.
How did you like take that moment?
We've come to terms with our grief over the development cycle.
And also, I mean, it's great to see other people shouting it on the rooftops because, I mean, people still don't believe us, but really, he's dead.
I mean, I'll never believe you until I see the credits on the game. Like, if
I think people still think you're going to play through level 3 and surprise, you're Batman.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the moment where, like, I don't know, Nightwing like removes the mask and it's been Bruce the entire time. He's like Mission Impossible-ing it. But yeah, you guys introduced or showed off more of Nightwing during the actual gameplay video. Nightwing, obviously a character that has a long and storied history in DC and Batman particularly. What is this version of Nightwing that we're going to be playing? Where is he at in his life, and what are kind of the main concerns for him in this version of the game?
Well, so where he is in his life is a bit. It's a complicated moment for him because he's just back. He's just back in Gotham because Bruce is dead, and actually he had a big fight with him right before leaving for Bloodhaven. So he comes back and he's grieving and is also like trying to find his place. But at the same time, Nightwing, he's the goofy, like I make jokes and all that, to not have to deal with any of that. And he needs to, at the very same time, process his own grief, but also like work with the rest of the Batman family. So it's a bit complicated for him.
In terms of actual gameplay, we've obviously had some experience playing as Nightwing and playing alongside Nightwing before. Can you tell us a little bit about what this version of Nightwing is like? Is it going to be familiar to previous iterations that we've seen in the Arkhamverse, which I know it's kind of like separate and that kind of stuff, but obviously there is a touchstone there. How does he play and what does he bring to the dynamic in Gotham Knights?
I would say compared to other superhero games with similar types of combat, Nightwing is maybe one of the more familiar because of his long reach. His specialty is switching between targets. He's a very aerial hero out of the ones we have, and a lot of his moves focus on that, get back up into the air and deal lots of damage. So there's aspects of familiarity there. But also all of the moves that we've brought to the fight for him are pretty unique to the game, and also our quickfire patterns with the wrist arts. I don't think players have had that much flexibility in how they target and with what before. So it'll be familiar-ish to onboard, but also quite new.
Is it tricky to have characters that have such diverse styles operating in the same kind of space? Because you have a character like Nightwing, and obviously he's got a background as a gymnast and a performer, and you obviously want to represent that in his fighting style. But then you have, I don't know, like Red Hood, who's not that. Like, how do you kind of create, is it difficult to create a kind of like cohesion between them? How do you approach that when you know that one player is probably going to be flying all over the place and the other one's probably just going to be like moving around, gunning people down and that kind of stuff?
What we found is that if people play together, cohesion happens in the same way as if you were two people trying to get into an elevator. Like you both have very powerful verbs at your disposal regarding, regardless of who you're playing. So whether you're playing Red Hood or Batgirl, your verbs are very different, familiar, but different than what Nightwing does. And as a result, you kind of develop a different rhythm when you play with somebody who's using that hero, because of the way they move around the arena and also how you choose targets and how you choose to cooperate with them as well.
Interesting. In terms of like narrative, Fleur, obviously you have one of the big things that is exciting people is the Court of Owls and that element being included in Knights. And obviously Dick was at one point being kind of trained, or they had their eyes on him to be one of the Talon. Does that factor into the Nightwing? Is that history there for the Nightwing, or he has a deep connection with the Court of Owls before I guess William Cobb became the Talon? How much does that play into your version of the story? So,
as we've always said, like our story is really, yes, it is taking inspiration from a variety of the comics, but it's really original. So it's you will find some threads of other things, but it's not directly linked to any of it. Just like when we're talking about how Batgirl got injured, it's not exactly in the same way as what we've known before. So you shouldn't be expecting to find exact follow-ups of previous stories in the Batmanverse.
Yeah, I guess like a lot of those background things are canon, and we've selected elements of each to build the web for our story and for the background for each one of our heroes and how it impacts different elements of Gotham.
Sorry.
Right. No, I was gonna say, how do you actually select what you want to keep and what you want to kind of like not keep? Because obviously it must be tricky knowing that if we have this element of it, people might be attached to this thread and they might not be able to create that distinct. It becomes harder to kind of tell yourself and that it's a different, unique story when you keep seeing elements of the original appear or another story appear in your thing. So how do you strike that balance where it's like we're inspired by it, we're not that thing?
I think we have the same creative challenge as a lot of the people who work with this amazing deep DC IP around Gotham City. And it sounds challenging. It was really fun for us. We kind of focused on what were the touchstones we wanted for each hero to make them really different from each other, both for gameplay inspiration reasons and also for like how they interact with each other in the story and what their personal growth moments were going to be throughout the story. And I think we've done a fun job of it. So you'll see elements that spark familiarity, and as you play, you will also see some moments that maybe players have never experienced before, even if they're really hardcore DC fans.
Yeah, and I think it all boils down to, at some point for the narrative team, it was what is coherent when you're looking at each of the four, but also their story together, plus the overarching story of the game. And I think they did an actually awesome job.
Yeah. I'd love to dig a bit deeper on that kind of the story element of it. Can you talk a bit about how that unfolds? You obviously have a main story that you're telling, but then each individual character presumably has their own arc that they go on. Do they have like individual arcs for themselves, and then also like a shared arc with other characters who, depending on who you pair them with? How do you kind of take these narrative threads and weave them together, and what is the objective with that? It must be like super complicated.
It's really a matrix of possibility for the players. The complexity ends up happening when players put it all together themselves. Creatively, it wasn't that complex for us because we wanted you choose which hero you go through the story with. You can switch if you decide you want to play with somebody else. But generally speaking, you're experiencing it through the storyline of whoever you're playing in the game. And there are moments that are unique to your hero, sort of like impacting the character's emotional journey, I would say, through the game. But when you go on to a main story beat, there are slight differences in the storytelling of like who says what, but everybody goes on the same adventure and everybody overcomes the same challenges in the game. And that's where it really kind of ties everything back to a single path, which allows us to provide a really solid experience for the story that we wanted to tell.
And you might have seen me laughing when Geoff was saying creatively it wasn't a challenge. I was laughing just because I was thinking about Wilson, our cinematic
director would have me in a headlock.
Yes, exactly. Because at first, as Geoff was saying, although all of them are going on the same adventure, whether you are, especially when you're interacting with certain known characters of the world, depending on who you're playing, they have pretty different conversations. So for our cinematics team, it meant creating literally 4 versions of each of the cinematics. So that was a bit of a challenge.
And the heroes are not the same size. I'm sorry, Wilson, I shouldn't have said it was easy.
Yeah.
I'm interested in what does that mean for like narrative beats? Because in my mind, I'm like, presumably there's going to be a point where, I don't know, Red Hood is not getting on with Grayson and they don't want to be near each other. How does the game deal with 2 players controlling them being like, no, I want to play as Red Hood and I'm going to play as Nightwing because they're who I main? But is there ever a moment where it's like, how do you approach an idea where it's like, we need these 2 to not be near each other, but players are going to want to play them and put them together? So how do you approach something like that?
So we try to create not situations like that, first of all.
Okay.
But yes, they do have different kinds of relationship depending on who is with whom, but it's never coming to a point where we would have to tell the player, no, you can't play in co-op with Red Hood today because no, you're mad at him.
Yeah, we always want to allow our players to act out and to play the game the way they want to play. That's always been a pillar of the project for us. So even though there are beats in the story where there's some angry tension between individuals in the story, when you take the controls and you play with a friend, you can either act out that angry tension or not.
All right. Obviously, like for me, like one of the most, I think like for a lot of fans of superhero teams, it's always like one of the most interesting moments is when there's that narrative beat where it's like, oh no, are they going to break up? So I guess you're not able to have that kind of tension in this, but you are coming at it bringing different kinds of tension in that. Can you talk a little bit about how you do explore the idea of tension when you have these individual characters that are so different but also need to be together always?
I don't want to give away too much of the story. I'll just say in a response to the question that our characters are always in Gotham, and the heroes don't always agree with their perspective on different characters in Gotham that they have to interact with. Some people will think that they should trust so-and-so, and some people are like, I'm not really into trusting so-and-so. It impacts the storytelling in that way.
Mm-hmm. Final question. I have to ask, what is the deal with Red Hood's double jump, which in a previous trailer was explained quite like very quickly as some sort of soul thing, like seeing Red Hood have supernatural abilities like a double jump. Yeah. What is the deal with that? How did you reconcile that narratively?
It is canon that Red Hood in some storylines is a very mystic figure, and one of the ways that we were excited about making him different from all of the other heroes in our game is that he's resurrected. He was dead. So he has a connection to certain spiritual forces in our game universe that the other heroes don't have. And so he expresses that through his abilities, not just in his traversal, but in some of his other abilities as well.
Gotcha. Awesome. Well, Fleur, Geoff, thank you so much for your time. I'm excited to check out more of Gotham Knights. And for people watching, make sure to keep it on GameSpot for further Geoff Keighley coverage of Key 3. We'll see you soon. Bye.
Hi, I'm Jeff Eleanor, game director at Warner Brothers Games Montreal, and today I'm really excited to share with you gameplay footage featuring Nightwing and Red Hood from our upcoming game, Gotham Knights. We're joining Nightwing, also known as Dick Grayson, midway through the game story as he patrols our city. All of the Knights can unlock heroic ways of getting around the city. For Nightwing, it's his glider, the Flying Trapeze. The Regulators gang are engaged in a hacking crime, so it's time to bring some vigilante justice to the bad people. Each crime in Gotham Knights plays like a mini game mode with rules and optional objectives. Nightwing's fighting style is acrobatic. He ping-pongs around the battlefield. While you can play the whole game solo, you can also protect Gotham in co-op with a friend. Here's Red Hood. Red Hood gained new abilities after being resurrected by an assassin cult. Here, he uses Mystical Leap to move across the rooftops, springboarded by his own soul energy. Successful attacks and dodges build up my momentum bar below, and timing my strikes and combos correctly makes it build faster. Once the bar is full, heroes can unleash powerful abilities. Red Hood's ranged attacks are a little louder. He fires non-lethal rounds that still do a lot of damage. Here's Red Hood's Barrage ability, which deals piercing damage to interrupt armored attacks. The UI you're seeing can be customized to your preferences. What's on screen is what I like, but you can set it the way you like. Now that we've prevented the regulators from stealing data, let's follow Red Hood for a bit. The Bat Cycle is usable by all heroes in Gotham Knights. Let's watch Red Hood chase down a smuggling van in Southside neighborhood. Red Hood can unlock the ability to attach a bomb to thrown opponents, so he can detonate it with a shot later. It's a pretty good time. Now we're back at the Belfry, the hero's home base. This next sequence is from early in the game, as we're just discovering the Court of Owls. The Bat Computer runs the map of the city and lets us pursue challenges and advance the story. Nightwing is tracking his next story mission, investigating the Old Powers Club. The workbench is where we go to upgrade our equipment, making sure that we're ready for each new challenge through the game. Players find blueprints and crafting materials by taking on missions and fighting crime. Each blueprint has different stats, giving the player a wide range of cool choices for their individual strategy and style. Gear with mod slots is better because mod chips power up gameplay properties. At this point in the story, our characters are still processing the loss of Batman.
You could visit him.
I could what?
He went to yours when... You could visit his grave.
You haven't.
I'm not the one staring at the... You know.
Sometimes you're an idiot, Grayson.
Players can unlock fast travel to get around the city in a hurry with the Fast Bat.
Belfry, got anything court-related?
The Court of Owls. A secret society as old as Gotham itself. Run the city behind closed doors. According to the old poem, anyway.
Okay, but how does that line up with what Penguin said?
If this all-powerful court really is out there, they might be the ones getting all those creeps out of Blackgate. Which means they've been getting away with murder for centuries.
I hear you. Fingers crossed we'll learn more at the Powers Club.
It's time for Nightwing to sneak into court territory. Stealth is always an advantage.
I'm in.
Be careful. Let us know if you find anything.
They have a few guards. For long lunch too, huh?
I'm not complaining. Nice to get a break once in a while.
So what do you think the poor bastard did?
What poor bastard? As far as I know, I just got a longer break.
Poor bastard. Wonder what that means.
Every hero has unique takedowns and finishing moves. Ambush strikes are faster than silent takedowns, but make more noise.
I can rummage in peace.
Augmented reality vision helps the heroes solve puzzles and investigate mysteries.
AR shows a trail of blood. I wonder what else it can see. There's something under the floor. The hatch is connected to some kind of network. There's got to be a way to open it.
Here we see Nightwing's elemental shockwave ability. It interrupts enemy armored attacks and deals elemental status effects.
Try this.
Cryo status freezes an enemy, taking them out of the fight for a while.
And done. A hidden staircase. That can't be good.
Shit, what's he doing here? I got something for you. Heads up.
For anybody wondering how this fight looks with Red Hood, check this out.
Kill the intruders first. Then you can think about the rewards. How's about this?
Red Hood takes on a Talon Gladiator here, one of the Court of Owls' engineered superhuman assassins.
Oh yeah, here we go.
Whoever this belongs to must be in bad shape. Better hurry. That must be whoever they kidnapped.
Come on, wake up! Look at me! I need a mistake! It won't happen again! Please!
Hey everyone, we are here at Summer Game Fest, aka Key 3, that's what we've been calling it, to talk to Glenn Schofield about the Callisto Protocol. Glenn, how has it been? Like, you got to show off gameplay.
Oh man, it feels good.
Yeah.
I mean, we've been kind of hiding it for a couple of years, so it's always good to talk about your game, that's for sure.
And it had such a positive reaction at Summer Game Fest Live. What's been the big takeaway for you on the dev team?
I think just how positive everybody's been. I mean, people have their own opinions, and man, it's been really positive for us, so we've been really excited about it, and I couldn't ask for anything better.
And I mean, so obviously since working on Dead Space, technology has changed, graphics have changed, I mean, even next-gen consoles. How are you utilizing not only what you've learned working in the games industry for so long, but how are you utilizing modern technologies to help create, and elicit that emotion from players?
Right. Well, both horror and sci-fi can really benefit from realism. Sci-fi because it's you're making it all up, right? It's your imagination. So how do you make it real, right? You add rust, you add grime, you add dirt. You're like you don't know what that thing is, but the fact that you can relate to it makes it better. And horror needs realism because you just want to suck the player in, right? The more you can make them feel like they're in that environment, the scarier it's going to be. So the new graphic systems, the new hardware, the new rendering techniques, ray tracing, all that have really helped us make a game that's really realistic. And even the characters look stunningly real. So that's really helped. The audio, right? Now you hear something, especially with headphones, I hear something like there. Now, we do that on purpose now. We're like, put the monster sound way up to the left so that the player hopefully will be a little bit more twitchy when they're looking around, right? And that adds to oh man, what's behind me? But then you want to look forward.
Guten Morgen, meine Damen und Herren, und willkommen aus Gamescom. That's
What?
pretty much, that's the limit of my German, I'm sorry. I said, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Gamescom. It is Gamescom, everyone. I am so excited for this show to be back. Gamescom is one of my absolute favorites. And of course, kicking everything off, we have Geoff Keighley and Opening Night Live. I don't know if we've got the Keighleys, we've got the Jeffs. What is Opening Night Live in the
German Jeffs?
the Jeff, but with an umlaut.
Yeah.
I am Lucy James, and joining me in our pre and post show, we have Tamor Hussein.
Hi, I am here. Lose your shirt, lose your mind. It's Gamescom. Lose the attitude. It's Gamescom.
Points off for 0 German there. And also joining us is Kurt Indovina.
Howdy, friends. We're here to talk about games at Gamescom. Game Keighley. Gamescom Keighley.
Yips.
Gamescom.
So we are super excited to be back, obviously. This is the first in-person show, Opening Night Live, since 2019. There will be 30 plus games, whether that is a kind of a new trailer for something that's already been announced, maybe some announcements. Jeff's kept this one a little bit closer to the chest, I feel, than he usually does with things like Summer Game Fest and Opening Night and the Game Awards.
Game Awards.
I need to have more coffee. But we do have a pretty good idea of some of the games that we are going to be seeing today, as well as some that maybe leaked a little bit early. This was going to be a live audience, so I really hope there's going to be like some really over-enthusiastic people, because that's always my favorite part. Let's go through what we can expect to see today. First up, a Borderlands-related announcement. Just before the show started, Kurt said, please don't come to me to talk about Borderlands. So, Kurt.
Hi. There's...
I'm
Borderlands is a series that exists, and I know it has guns and crude humor. And I know there is supposedly an announcement that's coming today, or at least whispered of. I have nothing more to say, because anything else I will say will, one, show that I don't have anything to say about Borderlands. I'm going to keep it very tame. I don't want to be rude.
It's like more like Borderlands.
Very good, very good. Tam, what do you know of this rumored Tales from the Borderlands?
Yeah,
I say
so
rumored, it got announced.
I mean, it got leaked in various ways. I think we're assuming it's going to be Tales from the Borderlands. It looks very likely. We could get hit with a curveball and it's another Borderlands movie announcement, which, please God, no more. Please, we don't need any more of that. Just release the movie so it can be over and done with it. However, I am excited for to see what new Tales from the Borderlands stuff they have cooking, because for my money, I think that's one of the best parts of entries of Borderlands in the franchise since perhaps Borderlands 2. It's been a long time since I've really thoroughly enjoyed a Borderlands game, and Tales of the Borderlands is one of those Telltale games from the early days, which was like it was hitting real good, really sharp writing, really good humor, and it did some really interesting stuff with the episodic narrative element of it. I think it's long overdue a return. Obviously there were some tumultuous times with, episodic gaming kind of like being outgrown or like overstaying its welcome almost, and then also the demise of Telltale in a lot of ways. But yeah, I'm excited to see what this new era of Tales of the Borderland is going to be like. I'm keen for it.
Yeah. Apparently it was announced back in April. It's going to be in-house at Gearbox. The Amazon listing says October 21st. If that is accurate, that is another big title launching this October, which for us is very exciting. For you all at home is probably very exciting, because it's been a bit of a dry year. There's been some really great stuff, but there has been a lot of downtime. But I mean, let's use this as a nice little segue. We mentioned Telltale there. Obviously, Tales from the Borderlands was perhaps one of their finest series. For my money, I really enjoyed it. But we are going to get a look at The Expanse, a Telltale Games series. First look at gameplay. Is this the first new Telltale game since the Phoenix reemerged from the ashes?
I believe so, yes. It's the first major one for sure. I think there was some... Yeah, I think it is, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'm a big fan of The Expanse. I love the show. I'm very intrigued to see what this is going to be. But also, I think, there were a lot of criticisms towards kind of the end of Era 1 of Telltale, that all of, their engine was outdated, stuff was slow. It didn't necessarily, have the game feel or the punch anymore. What can a new game from Telltale, what does it need to have to excite you two? Okay, I'll go to you first.
I mean, I want to take a step back and say, regardless of whether or not I have anything to say about Borderlands, I will want to at least positively say that we have had a massive gap in what Telltale has done, that sort of narrative storytelling, and we've had whispers, or at least glimpses of other people trying to pick it up. The one that comes straight to mind this year is As Dusk Falls. So I'm excited. Before I even answer the question, I'm just excited in any capacity, whether it's Borderlands or not. I'm happy for you if you're excited for Borderlands. That it's starting to have a precedence again. That we're starting to see choose your own adventure narrative-based games. So that's cool. I just want to say that. And I'm excited in that. Expanse, even though I haven't seen Expanse, I swear to God, there are things I know about that we're going to talk about today. Just the Expanse and Borderlands are the two things that come out of the gate where I'm like, those are things that exist. But for Telltale to do something to exist in the current state, that's a tricky question for me because I'm pretty happy with the formula of it. Although I do think As Dusk Falls does a really good job of allowing it to feel more like organic and snappy. Yeah.
And what do you reckon?
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting. I think what needs to happen is what kind of put Telltale on the map to begin with. I think Telltale obviously started off with, at least the thing that put them on the map was the writing in The Walking Dead, which was incredibly strong. And it distinguished itself by having very narrative-driven, focused, strong writing at a time when not a lot of other games focused entirely on writing and narrative. And since then, it kind of overextended itself that, we know that to be the story or behind the demise of Telltale. In a lot of ways, they took on so much, they were doing so much of it, and there was kind of like a fall off in quality in a lot of the titles. Like, it was hit and miss on what you would get. I think the interesting thing for Telltale, new Telltale right now, is it kind of returns to a world where the stuff that it in many ways pioneered has been democratized, and a lot of people are now producing that kind of quality. As Dusk Falls being one of them. Obviously, we've had multiple Life is Strange titles since then, and indie games are a little more focused around that stuff naturally, but there's been an uptick in graphic novels or like visual novel style games and the popularity of them. So Telltale no longer can kind of just simply coast on being the unique kind of studio that presents this type of game and nothing else, and kind of get away with that alone to kind of sell it. It really needs to have super strong characterization. It needs to have another Walking Dead moment again if it's to kind of build itself back up. And it's Walking Dead, I guess, was a big start for them, and similarly it's kind of almost a parallel. Expanse is huge. It's like very, very popular, and it's known for its intricate world and also strong writing in a lot of cases. So it's setting itself up both to repeat that success, hopefully, if they can get it right, but also it potentially could, if it doesn't get it right and isn't hitting as hard, it could stumble and it could be a kind of false start for the studio. So what it needs to do is really focus on ensuring that their writing and the characterization is the best it can be.
Absolutely agree. Now, I'm very excited for that one. Like, I love The Expanse, and so I really hope they can do that one justice. One of the big games that we know we're going to get an extra look at today, we've seen it a couple times already. Last time we caught a glimpse was at Summer Game Fest / Playdays, the Callisto Protocol from Striking Distance Studios. Now, Kurt, are you excited for this one?
Yes, I am.
What do you I'm just
Go
checking.
ahead.
I'm testing the water.
Oh, yes.
No, I know you're very excited about this one. You and I have talked about this one previously. What do you want to see from Callisto Protocol today?
We've gotten what they showed at Summer Games Fest was like a pretty, it was considering that we like knew that it was coming, but we didn't know what it was, and we knew it was going to be from like the minds of Dead Space and this kind of Dead Space thing. But what we saw at Summer Games Fest was most certainly like very much this new kind of spiritual thing that is very much an exact same vein as Dead Space. I'm already sold on getting it, so I don't really know what more I want to see, but I would like to see something more linear, I guess. I would want to see like the actual beat to beat gameplay. We've seen lots of deaths, we've seen lots of like the signature gruesome stuff that I could only hope to see from something in the world or from the minds of Dead Space. But going into today, I would like to actually see hands-on gameplay. I want to see what the game feels like when it's actually being played and moving. That's what I can only hope for.
Yeah, I agree. It's like I want to understand just how I'm gonna be, like, how much I'm gonna be scared by this game. Like, are there gonna be these moments where I can build all this tension and then get the crap scared out of me? Tam, do you feel like with a game like this one, we're maybe seeing a little too much of it, or you're not interested in it because you've already seen what you need to see from it?
I think we're seeing a decent amount of it. I think we're seeing the right amount of it for when the game is scheduled for release. Like now is when they start ramping up to get people involved. I feel like it's interesting because everyone is kind of talking about how it's a Dead Space alike and it's Dead Space, and they've been pretty smart and pretty subtle about ensuring that they don't show off too much of the things that we know and love Dead Space for the most, if you know what I mean. Yeah. Like they showed just a bare minimum to put the thought that, oh, this is a new Dead Space in our mind, which is, you know, a health counter on your character and then lying on the ground to take you to the right place. But there's also a lot of things that are like iconic about Dead Space that we haven't seen much of. Sound design, those 0G moments and those equivalents for Callisto Protocol. I think we're seeing a lot of what they need to show to get the marketing machine firing on as many cylinders as it can without kind of giving away too much of it. And I kind of like that approach. I don't want everything spoiled for me. Just knowing that it's, you know, the former developers of Dead Space doing something new is enough for me right now. So I hope they don't overextend. I wouldn't mind seeing a little more of the kind of like, here's for of all the games at the show today, this is the one game where I'm like, just take 10 minutes and just do a small kind of walkthrough of it, you know, just show us like a section of the game just so we can get a good feel for it. I think the tricky part is the atmosphere and the kind of aesthetic of it that is harder to get a good grasp on and short, you know, quick cutaway sequences that they use for trailers.
Yeah, I agree. Well, I mean, this is going to be a bad segue, but you did mention there a little bit about like games being a little overexposed before their release, and I think there is one company in particular that kind of does do this, and they've always sort of done this, and that is Warner Brothers with the Batman games. I certainly feel like I've already seen enough of Gotham Knights, and I am excited for Gotham Knights. Don't get me wrong, but we've already had like so many character trailers. We've had so much gameplay already. There is going to be another new trailer today. Are you both in the same boat that I am, where it's kind of like, I just don't need to see this anymore?
Yeah, I mean, that thing, the game has had, in their defense, or in the marketing's defense, however you want to say it, it's had turbulence, and it's like, you know, it's been delayed, and it's like, this was announced, oh god, what was it, like 2 years ago? Did we see this game?
I feel like it was meant to be summer last year.
Yes, yeah, and so at this point, this is just to make sure people are aware that's coming out. If you don't already know,
I think this is probably going to be like, I have a feeling that this is going to be the last big story trailer, like cinematic thing. Yeah. Like, you know, not even a launch trailer, but, you know, similar vein. Tam, you're a big Bat fan. How are you feeling about Gotham Knights?
I've been very picky about what I watch, and generally I'll only watch a trailer for this game or a video for this game when I knew that I was going to be writing or like talking to the developers about it. So I've been very fortunate in that regard where I've kind of like avoided a lot of the stuff. However, I am kind of hoping that whatever they show now will be kind of around story more than characters. That will be super helpful. Yeah, I'm excited for that.
What is John Luke on?
John Luke, what are you screaming about in the background?
The voice of God.
The voice of John Luke.
He's just so excited to talk about it. He's just so excited.
He wants
to be a
to
part
know
of the
about that what is going on with the game.
He wants to know about.
He wants to know what's going on with Gotham Knights. He's like, tell me about Gotham Knights.
Well,
for those of you who don't know, Jean-Luc is making sure this is all running correctly from the clouds above. Just keep going. Lucy.
All right. Well, let's talk. Well, that seems like a good segue as any to go from a random chaos to talking about Goat Simulator. They're skipping 2, they're going straight to 3. I don't know, it feels like Goat Simulator was a really fun one a few years ago, but honestly kind of dropped off in I don't really think about Goat Simulator very often. What are you expecting to see today?
I have
another piss take of a trailer.
Oh, absolutely. I have a Goat Simulator lives in this corner of my brain because I associate it with one. This is a long story I'm not going to tell right now, but one time I was trying to explain this game to someone, and that when explosions happened, it would say Michael Bay would flash on the screen. And as I was trying to tell this to someone, a car drove into a house down the street from where we were, and like
what
sounded like a huge explosion. And we all, this is a very shortened idea. No one was hurt, but a car did drive into a house. And like we all ran out, and like everyone was fine. The dude who was driving the car, he wasn't all there. It's regardless. Everyone's healthy and safe, but I can't disassociate Goat Simulator from that story. So no matter what we talk about today, I will always be talking about the time I was trying to explain the game to someone and someone drove a car into a house, because it seems kind of feels appropriate. That's all. Anyways, I think it's fantastic they skipped Goat Simulator 2.
I think that's very funny. I mean, like we did mention, I mentioned there that, you know, they kind of took the piss out of another trailer. They remade the Dying Light 2 trailer with the guy jogging. There have been a few leaks already. The Dying Light 2 may make an appearance today. What do we think? I mean, actually, I saw a picture earlier. It was on the Xbox dashboard. So
yeah. I mean, at this point, I'm just like, I don't care. Like, just Dying Light seems to be the game, or is not Dying Light? Is it Dead Island?
It is Dying.
This is
it's Dead Island.
Exactly.
Oh
this is where
it was by the same developer, and then this one's had like 5 developers now. I'm changing it in the run sheet. Dead Island 2. I'm so sorry.
This is where we're at with that game, where it's just like I can't even pay attention to what that game has gone for anymore. I'm just like, when you're out, just let me know. Until then, I don't care about anything you've got to say. Like, just say whatever. It's too much.
Yeah,
it's too much.
But what if the Dead Island 2 plug is actually a trailer for Goat Simulator 2?
I mean, if that happened, I would genuinely love that. That would be amazing.
I remember when the first one came out. I remember like there was like that trailer was made waves because it was just cinematically it was
sad
it was remarkable. And I remember coming out and it feeling like being like a really deflating experience. Like I remember even playing it. I don't even know where I was or what time in my life. A car probably drove into a house while it was happening. But I just remember it not quite having enough for me to remember anything. That being said, we are totally zombified out. So if Dead Island 2 is revealed, which it looks like it's going to be, they really better do something special. They have to do something really remarkable.
I don't know, man. I feel like at this point we're almost in like sunk cost fallacy territory, where it's like that thing's got to come out regardless. Like it could.
Yes.
Like we're in. It's like not quite there yet, but like we're getting to Duke Nukem Forever territory, where it's just like it doesn't matter what the state of this game is, it just has to be released at some point.
I forgot about it.
I played it in like 2014. And back then it was definitely just more Dead Island. And I think that was when it was still with Jaeger.
Oh, yeah.
Because I mean,
what was Riptide?
Oh, that was like a spin-off one that I think
yeah.
Techland made. I don't remember. Honestly, I'm kind of in the same boat where it's like Dying Light was great, and Dying Light took the formula, and it was overall a great game, really, really fun. A lot of really cool systems that interconnected with each other and made progression feel really rewarding. But then, like, Dying Light 2 just wasn't as great. It was too big, it was bloated, and I don't know. I know different developers, but it's the same core kind of concept, and I just kind of feel like, don't know. Dead Island 2 has to do something really, really special to win me back. Speaking of Sonic Frontiers, I am personally not a Sonic fan, so I have not really been involved in the discourse around this one. I took a look at it, I was like, okay, that looks like a 3D Sonic game that maybe, I don't know, doesn't look that great. World premiere new look. It is playable at Gamescom, and there was a leaked trailer earlier with a release date allegedly coming November 8th. That trailer was then pulled. So do you think going the day before God of War is going to be good for them or not?
I mean, it's certainly a strategy.
Old strategy, Cotton. Let's see how.
I feel like this is like make or break for that game. Like if what they showed today isn't like markedly more exciting, I feel like this is the game that people are waiting with their knives and are just ready to like start carving up into memes. And if they show up looking to like the wrong kind of succulent, it's gonna get ripped apart. And it will be like this will be the meme factory for this show. I mean, I always want games to succeed. Nothing I've seen from Sonic Frontier so far fills me with excitement. I say that as a person that loved Sonic for many, 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 many years. And still thinks like Sonic Mania is amazing. But if they show up with half-assed like trust us, we've got more going on, because that's what they've been doing, right? They show off one element of it and it looks kind of not good, and they're like, there's way more to this than you might realize. And a lot of the people who previewing it were talking about, we played this other part which was great, or it was good, it was much better than that, and no one's allowed to see that. If they rock up with that again, where it's like, oh, we've got this bit, it looks kind of not great, but there's this other part of it that we haven't shown you yet that is going to be like unacceptable. Like it's now like put up or shut up, show us why we should care. And if they don't do that, I think a lot of people are just going to check out and just use it as like that game that where they just dunk on it.
How are you feeling about Sonic Frontiers?
I was just going to ask what the last Sonic game was the Sonic fans enjoyed. That wasn't Sonic Mania or like some kind of nostalgic rebuilt or rehash.
Sonic Mania is the last one. Like,
but I mean, that wasn't that. That was actually a full-fledged 3D one.
I
People
say
I've
like,
enjoyed. Racing Transformed. That was okay.
Oh yeah,
that's not a real Sonic
spin-off. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. You can maybe make a case for Sonic Colors, but I don't know about that.
Anyways, I just say that because I don't remember the last Sonic game that I remember people being like, this is it, aside from Sonic Mania, which is just, like, although an original game all its own, is still like constructed and formed and designed and like things from the past that we know. So that's it. So
well, we'll see about this one when we get a look at Sonic Frontiers. We've got just under 4 minutes until the show. Still some games we haven't really talked about. Return to Monkey Island, The Outlast Trials, Lies of P, and a new sci-fi IP from Unknown Worlds, the folks behind Subnautica. So I'll go to each of you. Tam, which game are you excited about seeing? I feel like Lies of P is very much within your wheelhouse.
Lies of P is the one that I'm excited to see. Pinocchio-based Souls-like, which is a collection of words I never thought I'd ever say together. But give me that Pinocchio Souls-like.
I really hope that when you die, it just comes up on screen with "I'm a real boy."
You're no longer a real boy.
Kurt, what about you?
This is so unbelievably on brand, but anything that is point and click adventure related in the mainstream space, I can't help but want to see. I want to like have breathe in the many, many eyes of the mainstream gamer. So of course, I'm excited to see more of the return to Monkey Island. And its beautiful art style that I think is absolutely fantastic.
Stunning art style. Don't know what people online are talking about. It's beautiful.
People need to chill out. It looks awesome.
All right, we've got 2.5 minutes. What are your wild card predictions? What is the game that hasn't been announced, hasn't leaked, that you would love to see today?
Oh, I don't think we're going to have many of them, if any at all. I constantly tweet at young Geoff Keighley to be like, where's that Elden Ring DLC, Jeff? Where's it at, huh? I know he does. Like, I do it just to annoy him at this point. One day, Geoff Keighley is going to just physically smack me one day when he's just going to be like, I've had enough of you, and just going to hit me.
Imagine getting blocked by Jeff.
Oh, God. Imagine that. I will say, like, there's a decent... there's, like, it's 50-50 on whether... the new Team Cherry game, it's gone out of my head, the Hollow Knight Silk Song, whether that appears here. I feel like it's more likely to appear in the Game Awards, but there's a decent chance it could show up here. You never know.
Xbox, a few days from now.
True.
I don't know. I feel like that's more of a Game Awards thing.
Yeah.
I think, I don't know, maybe your BioWares will be at the Game Awards. Stuff for next year. I honestly don't know. I'm thinking, like, I know there is an Xbox, like, Xbox are obviously there at Gamescom, and one of the games that I'm really excited about seeing more of this year is definitely Pentiment, a game that I have to say like that because it just has such a satisfying name. Kurt, what about you?
Geoff Keighley is going to walk out on stage with the most marvelous sneakers you've ever seen, and he's going to lift one up. No, hold on.
Hang on.
And he's going to lift the sole up to the camera, and it's going to say no Elden Ring DLC, but then he's going to do a double kick, and on the other one's going to say Soul Reaver is coming back, and that's it.
Wow, that would be great.
Yeah.
I thought you were gonna say like he'd lift his shoe and it just says Andy on the bottom.
And then he just flops over because there's loads of people looking at him.
Andy's coming. No, I don't know. I mean, yeah, we have all that exciting news from the Embracer Group. There are, you know, I don't know. They've got Lord of the Rings now. I'm very intrigued to see if that pops. I mean, it's very, very early. There are a few Lord of the Rings games in development already, but I don't know. I'm intrigued to see what we're going to get from this year's show. We've got about 20 seconds. So remember, folks, to watch along here on the stream. We will be back at the end of Opening Night Live to talk about all the big announcements. So make sure you stay tuned, enjoy, and, you know, have a good time. And we'll be right here. Over to Geoff.
Watching.
Please welcome to the stage the creator of the Game Awards, Geoff Keighley.
Oh my God! Hello, everybody. How you doing? It is so great to have a live crowd with us here in Cologne, Germany for Gamescom 2022. I'm Geoff Keighley, and I gotta say, I am so excited to be here with you. We did this in 2019, live in person in Germany, and then the past 2 years, we had to do it virtually from Los Angeles. And in 2020, the first show that my team did together live was that August, Gamescom, and we connected with all of you virtually. And the fact that we're back here in person, I don't want to ever take this for granted before. So, guys, are you ready for a fun show? Well, I gotta say, we have a lot of great stuff for you tonight. We have tons of world premieres. The entire industry has come together to showcase the future for you. We've got games like Sonic Frontiers, the Callisto Protocol, Outlast Trials, Hogwarts Legacy, Gotham Knights, and a lot of surprises of things that we didn't talk about in advance. So we've got some good stuff for you tonight here at Gamescom, and I can't wait to get started. We've got 2 hours of stuff, so should we just get right to it? All right. I love the roar of a live crowd, and because we got a live crowd, we got to surprise you with some stuff tonight too. So let's start things off with our first world premiere. It's a new world from a brand new team that has a bold vision. Let's check this out.
We want the community to build this. We want it to be their worlds. We want them to tell their stories in our game. I think it's human nature to navigate uncharted territory, to find a place where we're free to explore, to be creative, and to share amazing experiences.
The goals are to make an experience that's unlike any other, which is such an exciting thing to be part of.
I think ultimately, like, that's kind of been the big ambition, is to create this kind of like open world that can be built out in every direction.
I think it's every day is a new discoveries and it's constantly growing.
We've put a lot of focus, I think, on the current zeitgeist and what it means to represent yourself digitally.
This is more than a game. It's a labor of love. It's a labor of passion.
The dream is to create a whole new world for the next generation of gamers, and I think that we've kind of captured that.
Players will play a massive part in this. It's not going to be just our game. It's not going to be just what we decide to do with it.
There's something in it that will definitely appeal to you, no matter what it is that you love to do.
The really thrilling aspect of all this is that people are going to get to see what we're doing for the first time.
I'm just so excited for people to see what we've been spending the last 5 years pouring our hearts and souls into.
And I'm excited to see how they feel about it, even though they will have to wait just a little bit longer.
Everywhere has become more than just a video game for us. And today, we're delighted to give you a peek behind the curtain at what we've been working on.
There you go, everywhere, and I'm sure you've got a ton of questions. And joining me now from Build a Rocket Boy is Adam Whiting to hopefully answer some of those, because we're a little confused, but we want to know a lot about this. So tell us, everywhere, what kind of game is this? What can you tell us, Adam?
Well, firstly, can I just say it's really exciting to just be here, and we've been looking forward to coming out of stealth mode and really delighted to start the conversation today here at Gamescom. Now, I won't be able to reveal everything, but what I can say is that really we're not trying to make a normal game. I think the scope and ambition of this project are quite unlike anything else. We want to build a whole new world for gamers, and not just a place to play, but watch, share, create, hang out with your friends, and so much more.
Well, I got to say, the end of the trailer, I think we all were taken aback by, whoa, change art style, this seems totally different. Is that part of everywhere? What can you tell us?
Well, Geoff, that's one of the many surprises we've got in store for players. I mean, we are passionate about making games and telling stories, but ultimately we made Everywhere to be a place where players can make their own experiences, be who they want to be and tell their own stories. But we're still passionate about making immersive and cinematic experiences that players can just get lost in and enjoy. I guess you could say we want people to have their cake and eat it, and Everywhere is the place that can happen.
All right, well, definitely a bold vision for what you're doing here. The other question I'm sure we're all wondering is, we didn't say a date on the trailer. Any sense of when we're going to get to play this thing? Where are you at in development?
Well, I'm delighted to say that we aim to have Everywhere in the hands of players in 2023, but we've got many more things to show and tell over the coming months. And we're really excited for you to sign up on our website, everywhere.game. But really, today was just a sneak peek behind the curtain to see what the team has been so hard at work on. And we're really excited to get this in the hands of players as soon as possible.
Amazing. Well, Adam, thank you for sharing the reveal here at Gamescom. It's awesome to have so many European studios on stage. And tonight, we've got a lot of European studios that are going to reveal their games for the first time. And right now, we're going to move to another world premiere announcement.
I must not fear. Fear is the mind killer. Fear is the little death that brings total obliteration. I will face my fear. I will permit it to pass over and through me. And when it has gone past, I will turn the inner eye to see its path. Where the fear is gone, there will be nothing. Only I will remain.
Trust me, the fun is just beginning tonight. All right, how many of you out there are fans of PlayStation? Well, we've got a fun surprise for you. I said, PlayStation, what can we do for all the fans coming together here at Gamescom? And right now, I'm honored to share this global PlayStation announcement with you right here at Gamescom. There you go. The DualSense Edge. It's a high-performance, ultra-customizable wireless PlayStation 5 controller designed by PlayStation. And you see there you can have your own custom control profiles customized to your play style. And if you guys want to learn more about the brand new controller, you can head to PlayStation blog. And thanks to PlayStation for sharing that announcement with us here at Gamescom. All right, next up, the Callisto Protocol. You guys hyped for that game?
Thank you.
Well, joining me now is Glenn Schofield from Striking Distance. Glenn, we are so excited about this game coming out in December. You came all the way over in the middle of development to Gamescom. We really appreciate it. How has the response been to Callisto so far?
Man, Jeff, the response has been fantastic for a new IP. I couldn't ask for anything more. So I want to thank the fans, and I want to thank my team for just really killing it. And it's great to be back at Gamescom, man. You know.
Well, you got some good stuff for the fans, and we're going to get to that in a second. You brought some gameplay. We saw some great stuff at Summer Game Fest. You brought more now. What are we going to see today, Glenn?
Yeah, you've got some live gameplay. We've got 2 sections. The first one is going to show some crazy combat. And the second one is something new from the game, a little different than what we've shown, with a pretty crazy ending.
Yes, it is. You guys are going to love this. One thing I wanted to ask you about was you're known certainly in the team for your work on Dead Space. And that game, we love the strategic dismemberment. I understand you're kind of one-upping things for this game?
Well, we got dismemberment, and we've shown the gore system. And today we're going to show a couple new things, including one that we're showcasing called mutations. So the enemies may sometimes have these tentacles that come out. And if you don't shoot them, take them out on time, this guy in real time is going to mutate in front of you into something bigger, badder, faster, meaner, and he's going to be taking you out. It's pretty cool.
Well, this is one of my most anticipated games. It's coming out this December. Glenn, thanks to you and the team for putting this together. Let's take a look at brand new gameplay from the Callisto Protocol.
Thank you.
Pressure check complete. Releasing gate valve. Releasing gate valve.
All right, that was pretty good, right? We got lots more coming for you, but right now I want to introduce my co-host for ONL, Melly. Melly, welcome to ONL.
Thanks, Jeff. I'm so excited to be here at Gamescom. Hello, everybody. I'm your guide for tonight for all the happenings around Gamescom, and I'm really, really excited to be here because the heart of gaming is beating once again, and game devs and publishers from all around the world are making their way to Cologne to show you hundreds of new games. So if you're not here yet, and still can come by, make sure to drop by. And if you can't, make sure to drop by next year, because it is definitely worth a visit. And one of the highlights we have this year is we actually have the largest indie area ever, bringing visitors and devs closer together than anywhere else in the world. And you can meet the makers of the most original and fantastic and creative games here. And if you're not here, and if you can't make it here, do not worry. You can also check out the Indie Arena booth online at gamescom.global. Jeff, it's back to you.
Thank you, Melly, and you'll be with us all night. We've got Gamescom awards to come and other things too. But let's get right back to the world premieres. This next one is one you've been waiting for a long time to see. Let's take a look at this brand new world premiere.
After an age of the cruelest tyranny, man finally defeated its overlord. But gods do not fall forever. The champions of war united and began the eternal watch over their tyrant's colossal remains. For some forces, even death cannot end. But now, eons later, the fallen god's influence pervades the world again, corrupting even sworn enemies. To join his accursed lords of the fallen and damn humanity to a new age of devastation. Though from these darkest days, new heroes arise. To defy the gods, one must embrace the darkness. And so lies our only hope.
Mother, tell your children not to walk my way. Tell your children not to hear my words. What they mean, what they say. Mother.
Wish list now.
That's right. They dropped the two. The Lords of the Fallen. All right, now it's time for another new game announcement. The sequel to a game that redefined the term couch co-op. Check this out.
Are you struggling? Missing your regular FARTs? Have you tried going online? Visit exotic destinations. Move your dreams, whoever you are. Apply today. No skills? No worries. Everybody's welcome. You're hired. open a door of new opportunities. Work alone or with a friend, or two, or more. You can do it. Move locally or connect together online. Yeah! Nice one. Coming 2023.
Yes, it's time to step into the Potterverse. You guys excited for Hogwarts Legacy? Well, it is coming out in February of 2023, and tonight at Gamescom, we've got the brand new trailer for you to take a look at. I don't want to say much and spoil much. This is an incredible trailer. I hope you enjoy it.
The more we know about Salazar Slytherin and the dark arts, the better prepared we'll be.
If either of you uses dark magic, I will notify the headmaster immediately. Unforgivable curses are so named for a reason.
A spell that could save your life shouldn't be unforgivable.
The dark arts seem harmless until it's too late.
None of us will be able to avoid dark magic forever.
What do we do now?
It's up to us. I can teach you Crucio, or I can cast it on you. I'm ready. Crucio!
You've made your choice.
What have the two of you done?
That's right, it's time to step into the world of Borderlands now. Joining me is the founder of Gearbox Entertainment Company, Randy Pitchford. Randy, great to see you here.
Thanks for the intro, Jeff. I think a lot of these guys probably know me from my work at Gearbox creating Borderlands. Any Borderlands fans in the house? Well, I got good news. I know some of you hardcore folks saw the leak, but I'm here to officially announce new Tales from the Borderlands.
So, tell us about this. We remember Tales from the Borderlands. This is new Tales from Borderlands. This is new characters, new story.
It is. You know, I loved the original game, and so that's why we got some of the original storytellers and writers that were back in the day at Telltale and developed an all-new storyline with all new characters, created with production from Gearbox Studio Quebec. It's an all-new experience, and we're here to show it for the first time today. You guys want to check it out?
Let's do it. It's coming soon, too, right?
That's right. Coming in October of this year. October of this year, all platforms.
Awesome. Well, let's take a look, Randy. This is exciting. New Tales from the Borderlands, first at Gamescom.
Most stories in the Borderlands start bloody. They end bloody, too. Sometimes, all it takes to change the galaxy is a trio of losers trying to get through a bad day.
We are in the middle of a TDR invasion.
Leave immediately! This area is now under TDR jurisdiction!
They think there was a vault key being kept on the station.
If we can find whatever's in that vault before TDR does, we can change our lives!
We're bad at this, like really bad. TDR has many guns, talking guns, Guns with legs!
I'm gonna blast you so freaking bad! Yeah! Shut up, Richard!
Ain't nobody stopping me.
I always wanted to change the universe for the better, and now we actually can!
But more importantly, we'll be drowning in ash!
Why are you people like this?
If you happen to see any corpses along the way, don't worry about them. They're just, yeah, don't worry about them.
Come back to the city and join the deadliest spectacle of this season. I'm gonna tell you a story about a species that survived millennia. Homo neanderthalensis, Homo rhodesiensis, Homo erectus, all of them wiped out by the deadliest species of all, us. I am Astrid. This is the new arena, and my advice for you, stay alive.
Let out the beast. Let out the beast. Let out the beast.
Every day you fight for survival, but today you fight for glory. Anyone can be a warrior. What makes you different is the spirit of a champion.
Let out the beast. Let out the beast. Let out the beast. Let out the beast. Let out the beast.
Red Bull gives you wings.
So you want to join me? Sign up and be a part of my crew in Tortuga.
Product not yet rated.
again, this Saturday, the Gamescom Awards will be handed out to the winners of the best games on the show floor. Only submitted games showing at Gamescom will be eligible to be nominated, and the awards will be streamed on all Gamescom channels, so make sure to tune in. But tonight, I'm allowed to hand out 4 awards. I'm very, very excited about that. And I would say, let's jump straight into it, starting with the most wanted PC game. Here are your nominees. Metal Hellsinger, System Shock, Warhammer 40,000 Darktide. And the winner is Metal Hellsinger! And here to accept the award is Sheila Wikström, executive producer at The Outsiders. The stage is yours.
Thank you so much. Wow, this is a lot of people. I was practicing my speech a lot, but of course, you know, when it's as much people as there is right now, you'll blank. But I want to say that I am honored to receive this award on behalf of my team. The team behind Metal is an amazing bunch of people that I'm so lucky to be working with every day. And the truth is, making games is super hard. When I started out, I don't think I really realized how hard. And what I learned is that focusing on compassion, kindness, and empathy just as much as any other craft in games would be the key to successful game development. And it's precisely those qualities that my team possess and why I'm so privileged to be working with them every day. I love you guys at home. I miss you so much. So what I want to say to you, my industry friends and colleagues, is treat each other with heart, kindness, and respect every day. Make games with humanity. Thank you so much.
Congratulations once again. And Geoff, back to you.
Thank you, Melly. Well, the world premiere train keeps going. It's time to move to the world of Sonic. Any Sonic Hedgehog fans out there? Sonic has had a pretty good year with the Sonic 2 movie, which was a ton of fun earlier this year. Well, Sonic Frontiers is in development, and we've got a brand new trailer for you and confirmation of the release date, too. Check this out.
Submit. Your reckless actions endanger the world. You cannot run forever. Leave immediately.
There you go. It is coming this year, Sonic Frontiers. All right, well now, another European studio wanted to use Gamescom O&L as a platform to announce another narrative experience. This comes from a French studio. Check this out.
We leave so many things behind us. Objects, memories, mistakes. They sink in time, touch the bottom and go to sleep. Silence is full of ghosts. And here, voices can only come from the deep. Deep under the waves.
Guys, it's time for the goats. Ready for some goats? No live goats today, but we are here to talk about Goat Simulator 3. We got to announce this back at Summer Game Fest. And now it's time to see the gameplay of Goat Simulator 3 for the first time. Let's check this one out. November 17th, that has literally about everything you could imagine in it. Goat Simulator 3. All right. A lot of people ask me how I got started in the industry, and what I loved doing when I was a kid with my brother, we would play PC adventure games, and I grew up playing classic LucasArts and Sierra adventure games. You guys remember Monkey Island by chance? Well, I am so excited because there is a new Monkey Island in development right now. Ron Gilbert, the series creator, is back. You may have heard about it. Return to Monkey Island. And tonight at Gamescom, I am so excited that we get to announce the release date. Or actually, I don't. We get to go to Stan to tell us the release date. Check this out.
Hello, friends. It's your old pal Stan, coming to you through the magic of marketing to let you know that your search for quality entertainment is about to bear fruit. But I wouldn't be doing my job if I just dropped the details on you without a little build-up. I want you to see the kind of fine dining establishments you'll be visiting, like this one.
Get lost.
And if escapism is your cup of flavor, you can't do much better than this exotic and extremely remote island.
Stay back! How did you find me?
Return to Monkey Island launches September 19th, which happens to be International Talk Like a Pirate Day. But you don't have to wait. You can order it right now, before it's even out. Something we in the marketing industry call a pre-order. As a bonus, I'm ready to unload this shipment of beautiful horse armor to anyone who pre-orders Return to Monkey Island. It'll look fantastic in your inventory.
Oi, you missed a spot.
I've got to go now. I've got a lot of irons and a lot of fires. You know how it is. But I'll be back to steal every scene I'm in Return to Monkey Island. I'll see you there. All pre-order customers will receive the exclusive horse armor item in their inventory. Please note that the horse armor has no practical use in-game and in no way will contribute to the gameplay, puzzles, or narrative of Return to Monkey Island.
Oh my God. A month away, and I love the horse armor does absolutely nothing. It just sits in your inventory. Return to Monkey Island. Cannot wait for that. All right, now let's turn to the world of Unknown Worlds, the creators of Subnautica. As we've teased, they are here today at Gamescom to unveil a brand new IP, and it's a departure from Subnautica. It's a brand new turn-based sci-fi game, and we're going to reveal it for the first time right here. Actually, a special guest is. Let's check this out.
Hi, I'm Brandon Sanderson. You might know me as the author of the Mistborn series, the Stormlight Archive, or as the guy who finished Robert Jordan's Wheel of Time. Over the last few years, I've been working closely with my friends at Unknown Worlds on the exciting project we're revealing today. You, of course, know Unknown Worlds for creating immersive and fantastical worlds like the incredible Subnautica series. When they reached out to me, I was absolutely thrilled to help craft the expansive sci-fi universe in which their next game is set. This secret has been a hard one to keep, and we're so excited to finally show you what we've created together. So, without further ado, this is Moonbreaker.
Let us keep this civilized.
Welcome to the party.
With you till the end.
Needles up. Stay alive.
This will be over real quick. Oh, me!
Get over here.
Ready? Okay!
Grenades, anyone?
They'll never see this coming. I taste their panic.
Good game. Stop this treachery!
Come on, it's fun. The crowd goes wild.
Let there be fire!
Well, it's been a blast. Or it will be.
And joining me from Unknown Worlds is Charlie Cleveland. Charlie, Moonbreaker, it's real, and it's so different than Subnautica. So
Yes,
tell us,
it is.
This departure, you guys like to kind of reinvent yourselves every game, right?
Yeah, so people thought we were kind of crazy for making Subnautica after making Natural Selection. We went from a strategy shooter to a pacifist underwater game, survival. So I feel like we've done this before. We love changing genres, but I'm hoping our Subnautica fans will still come along for playing a digital miniatures game. I hope.
Well, it's so cool, a digital miniatures game. Everyone loves miniatures, but how do you translate that into gameplay? What is the gameplay of this game?
So we're kind of channeling like a Guardians of the Galaxy or Firefly kind of feel. So you can see that from the colorful art style we have. So you choose a captain and 10 crew, and you build a roster, kind of like a traditional miniatures game. And every unit in the game is really like strange and special and kind of game breaking. So yeah, you deploy units and you move them around on the battlefield, and you get all these crazy game-changing powers, kind of like Hearthstone meets XCOM, kind of.
Well, I mean, you see the gameplay here, it looks great, and it's coming soon, as we said, end of September, so you're not early access, you're not going to wait long. But the thing I want to get to is the painting of miniatures, which we saw a tease of in the trailer, and I know you actually, painting was cathartic for you sort of during the pandemic, right?
Yeah, so the painting, I mean, you can't have a miniatures game without painting. And during the lockdown, I just found myself like learning to draw and just zoning out and feeling really relaxed when the world was basically falling apart around us. And we really tried to capture that feeling. It's not like Photoshop or like special technical tools or anything like that. We just simulate washes, dry brushing. We've got decals. This feels like you're actually painting a real miniature. And I have to say, because everyone is surprised by it, like all the miniatures you see painted in the game are all painted with the tool.
Wow.
So it's like actually pretty powerful.
Amazing. Well, it's so cool that you're revealing it here, and it's playable at Gamescom, right?
It is. It's here. You guys are the first ones to play it.
Wow.
And oh yeah, it's more. We're over in the Crafton booth.
Okay.
Crafton booth.
And for everyone else around the world, they're not going to wait long, right?
Yes, we'll be on Steam playtest in September. We have a couple open weekends, and then we're going to be launching into Steam Early Access September 29th. So it's really close.
Only a month away, Moonbreaker. Charlie, thank you so much for coming all the way out here.
Thank you.
I know you had a tough time
My pleasure.
getting here, but
Thank
you
you,
made
everyone.
it. All right, Charlie Cleveland with Unknown Worlds. Thank you so much, Charlie. And now it's time to reveal another game with a very catchy tune in the trailer. Check this out.
Let me tell you about the friends that invested all they had on a shady site that looked like a scam. It said buy this magic cards to play the coolest game and fight against your friends with no consequence. You know where to find me, this is friends versus friends. You're Italian, but I am not afraid. You will need a helmet, play friends versus friends. Friends out, get it, sniper, boys and bullets. Here's the tower and hide your heart, get a friend. Make them have a big freaking head. Friends versus friends. Friends versus friends. Friends versus friends.
Inspired by the familiar story of Pinocchio, Lies of P is a new action Souls-like game that is coming out from NeoWiz, and you guide Pinocchio on his unrelenting journey to become human. This game looks absolutely great, and we've got a brand new gameplay trailer to show you, and this game is also coming to Xbox Game Pass on day one. Let's check it out.
Can you hear me? I hope this reaches you. This city is falling apart. Chaos, madness, death. And there might be no going back. But you can change that. It depends on the choice you make. Truth or lie.
I might be asking too much of you. But I don't have a choice. Only you can do this. Please, help me. Finally, we meet, son. The stage is set.
The light shines brightest in the darkest of times.
All right, buddy, I'm here for you. Don't worry.
Don't give up.
Keep going.
You can lean on me if you want.
Protect.
fulfill your destiny.
Hey, you! Yes, you! Do you have fun? Fear of missing Gamescom? Relax. Gamescom is everywhere you want. Gamescom now. Register now.
That's right. All the fun of Gamescom is available from wherever you are online, obviously. And, well, in case you're wondering who that little guy is, that's Epi, and he's on a mission to save the Gamescomverse from the evil future. And if you want to help him, check out the Epic section at gamescom.global. You can solve quests and win prizes, so take part and help Epi to save the Gamescomverse. But first, I want to tell you more about some of the great program we have for this week, and it's quite a schedule, so please bear with me. There is, for example, the Gamescom Studio by IGN, featuring game spotlights, dev interviews, and all insights into this year's Gamescom, so please make sure to check that out so you don't miss anything. And also, the awesome Indie Showcase is back, featuring the newest, most original, crazy indie games here on Friday afternoon at 5:30 p.m. CEST, and I'm really looking forward to it. And something I'm really looking forward to is the cosplay contest on Sunday, where the super creative cosplay community takes center stage, and this is absolutely one of my favorites, so make sure to not miss it out. It is definitely worth a watch. And for more updates, follow @Gamescom on all platforms, and, well, now it is almost time to introduce our next guest, but sadly she couldn't make it since she is a tad far away. So let's see, she sent us a video, and I would say, let's have a look.
Hello Gamescom, I'm ESA astronaut Samantha Cristoforetti, currently flying at around 27,000 kilometers an hour, 400 kilometers above your head on board of the International Space Station. Today, I come to you to say bravo to the games industry. We see how many space games you've been creating recently. Those missions you send your players on aren't just great fun. They create curiosity, interest, and the love of space exploration in gamers around the world. As we look towards returning to the moon and on to Mars with our ambitious Terra Nova program, humanity's spaceflight capabilities will be in part thanks to the games industry. And who knows, perhaps even you will be among us here at ESA for the journey. Exploring space virtually isn't just great fun. It's having real-world impacts that lead us all closer to the stars. So on behalf of everyone at ESA, bravo. Keep creating, keep innovating, and keep playing. This is ESA astronaut Samantha Cristoforetti, wishing everyone a wonderful Gamescom from the International Space Station.
When we were looking at games for Gamescom Opening Night Live, one of the things I was most impressed with this year is there are a lot of European studios that wanted to debut games here, and also a lot of brand new IP, brand new worlds, and we're going to introduce one of those to you right now, and I think you're going to get pretty excited about it. Check out this world premiere.
The sand has memories. Memories of our past, when gods walked this world, and our heroes stood amongst them. But the gods' vanity grew, and in their struggle, we were cast away. Only remnants of these stories remain in the sand. In the ruins of this shattered, broken world. Even in ruins, we endure. We won't let go. For now, we can stand for ourselves. And face gods.
Atlas Fallen coming in 2023. Now, a classic strategy game that I remember playing in the late 90s is Homeworld. Did anyone else play that back in the day? Great PC space RTS. Well, a brand new Homeworld is coming out next year, and we've got a brand new look at some new gameplay from Homeworld. Let's check it out.
It was a simple perimeter scan, escorting resources. But we were ambushed by Cologne raiders. Fighters were no problem, but the missile frigates were a different story. Command got clever. One wing used cover to keep themselves safe on approach.
Target acquired.
While another group found a tunnel in the structure to sneak behind them.
We're on the right top with range. Gauge them up. Let's do this.
It worked. But just before a carrier battle group arrived, we scrambled bombers.
Sector confirmed. Scanning zone adjusted.
Perfect for attacking capital ships.
This is bomber lead. Engaging carrier.
We protected the resourcers while they hauled in the goods, which meant we could roll out assault frigates.
Cleared hot. Let's take it to them. Stay on them.
Break contact.
The raiders weren't pushovers, but command countered their hit-and-run tactics. The way their carrier exploded, beautiful. And we even grabbed a little souvenir. That missile frigate is ours now.
Homeworld 3 in the first half of 2023. Now today is a big day, speaking of threes, because it's the version 3.0 update to Genshin Impact, which is an incredible action RPG from Hoyoverse. Well, today we've got an exclusive new look at version 3.0 in the new Rainforest Nation, as well as a sneak peek of a mysterious ancient civilization and settlement that is found deep inside the desert. Let's take a look at this world premiere.
Can't see? I'll uproot you!
Go! Come on, let's go! There's a fortune to be made! Your more is mine! Let's sweeten the deal!
Scatter! Germinate!
What an absolutely beautiful game. And that's not all from Hoyoverse, because they also have Honkai Star Rail in development. It's a grand interstellar adventure with strategic turn-based combat. And now we're going to take a new look at the story and adventure that awaits you in Honkai Star Rail.
Of 5 people, 3 must pay a price. You are not one of them, Jin Yuan. You are one of them.
The Xianzhou is in danger. This man, he...
The train is about to make the jump. Hold on, everyone.
Hello again! It is now time for our next Gamescom award, and here are your nominees for the most wanted Microsoft Xbox game. The Dark Pictures, The Devil in Me. The Last Case of Benedict Fox. Metal Hellsinger. And the winner is The Last Case of Benedict Fox. And here to accept the award is Bartek Leszczakowski, Creative Director at Plot Twist. Congratulations.
Thank you. It's quite of a shocker for us. We just love good Metroidvania games, and we are working hard on making Benedict Fox just that. And I would like to thank Xbox team for their support, and Rogue team for being the best publisher ever. And especially I would like to thank my team in Krakow. They are crazy talented, and my hands hold the award, but their hands make the game. Dziękuję wam bardzo. Thank you.
Congratulations once again, the last case of Benedict Fox. And Geoff, back to you.
Thank you very much, Melly. Anyone here a fan of Justin Roiland? Rick and Morty? Well, he's got a brand new game, which you may have seen at Xbox's show in June, called High on Life. It is coming to Xbox and Game Pass in December, and they wanted to send us just a great gameplay clip. You're going to enjoy this. Talking guns in a boss fight, and that's all I'm going to say to set this up. I think you're going to really... This is a trip. Check this out. World premiere of High on Life.
Wow, we're actually hitting her! Holy crap! That was cool! Come on, admit it! We're hurting you!
No! Fuck you! Are you even a real bounty hunter?
Jesus, it's so gross you even went in there!
That sludge tastes like shit!
Yeah, so stop diving into it! Shit, she's filling the place with sludge! Stay in the air!
Better not fall in!
Hey, I'm still here. You can still use me if you want. I can deflect attacks. Did you know that? I'm not just all about stabbing. Well, I'm mostly all about stabbing and tethering, but I can also deflect attacks. I'll slice them to fucking death. I'll cut their fucking heads off. I'll rip their limbs. I'll fucking do everything. Oh, I'm gonna fucking cut right into them. I'll cut their fucking asshole off and eat it.
You know, this sludge matches your toxic personality.
Fuck off! That wasn't even a good one. Surprise! Flesh bag!
Hey, it's me, Five-Tor! Kill my shitty clone! I'm rooting for you!
Oh, incoming laser! Laser just for you!
Bet you're just as nice and squishy on the inside as the rest of them. Let me at her, bounty hunter!
Wow, we're having our first real boss fight together!
I'm the strongest out of all the Torg clones! I'm impressed you made it this far. My ant soldiers are extremely strong.
Honestly, I don't think they were. We're new at this, and it was pretty easy to kill them all.
If I'm going out, I'm taking you with me!
Just stay alive. I think she's basically done for.
Do you see that? What? Where? What is it? Wait, what are you? Dude, don't eat that. Come on, dude. Dude!
You know she's gonna eat it.
What?
Yep.
No! No!
Told ya.
Gross.
You've been selected from among thousands of candidates
Hey, Cutter.
to join the Lynx family.
You're from Earth, right?
This is more than just a job. It's
an opportunity. You ever miss it?
Caution.
Oh shit, oh shit!
Lynx. Making the world
A better place.
What they say about work in space is true.
There's something real special here. You don't have power here. You never will.
Look around you. We're expendable.
I can hear them in the walls. Ain't a trade like it. Dancing between the ribs of a ship, gaze out at the rest of the human race, buzzing in the distance. That's when the sky fills up with flames. That's the way things go.
We're talking. All that you need, know we got it all. Infinity, it goes on and on. Bring the truth to the lie, the depths to the highs, left, right to the center now. Our different designs, we bridge the divide and we bring it all together now.
You gotta help me rescue my friends.
Bring it together now. Bring it together now. All that you need, know we got it all. Infinity, it goes on and on. Don't got no limits now. We got it and we give it all. Get it and you give it go. Bring it together now. Bring it together now. Bring it together now. Bring it together now.
First announced back at the Game Awards, Telltale's next project is based on the Prime Video series The Expanse. Well, we showed you a little bit of the trailer at the Game Awards to set up the world. Now you're going to get a first glimpse at the gameplay with this behind-the-scenes clip. Enjoy.
Drummer, his suit is punctured and losing pressure. You need to release the vault attached now or he could die.
Hold still. We'll see what we can do. Captain Drummer, what are your orders?
The Expanse is obviously one of those universes that has a ton of opportunities to tell great stories. One of the things I'm super excited about is the zero-G stuff that we've been doing. A big part of when we're making the game, not only are we thinking about the characters, we also have to think about how can we evolve the genre in any way that will make players excited to be part of this universe and feel like they're engaging in something rather than just being a passive audience member.
You'll figure something out. I know you will.
It's actually been a really interesting thing as an actor to explore some of her more vulnerable sides that by the time we meet her in the series, they've been cauterized.
Because this score, Drummer, this is the greatest score any scavenger has ever come across. You'll need me if you want any chance of unloading it.
The craziness of an exploded ship that now constitutes several parts in a mass that you can move them on, and balancing that out against almost like you're excavating a story. That's a personal story. Those are people, those are characters, and you are now among their ghosts. Whatever they were doing right before they died, being a scavenger, it's a pretty dark job. We're really excited about how it feels to both play and experience the story in the game.
Whoever did this is long gone, and we still have a ship that's ready to be scavenged. So get to it.
Speaking of adapting things from one medium to another, here's a film adaptation that into a game which I don't think you would have ever expected. Check this out. Goats, killer clowns, we got it all tonight at Opening Night Live. Now we've got another brand new game announcement from a European publisher for a sci-fi action adventure. Here we go.
We always wondered if we're alone in the universe. We observed and explored, but found nothing. Until now.
It has been 6 months since the alien object known as the Metahedron suddenly appeared above Earth's atmosphere.
Personal log, sentient contact assessment and response team.
Kate, we have an issue.
What happened? Power supply failing.
Sensors offline.
I'm switching to backup generators.
Now we're going to talk about Gamescom Goes Green, which is an initiative that has made Gamescom the first climate-friendly gaming event in the world. The core event and this show, Opening Night Live, I'm happy to say, are 100% climate neutral for the first time, and that's something we all should be very proud of. You guys are part of that too. Now, as part of this initiative, Gamescom, along with the United Nations Environmental Program Initiative Playing for the Planet, are going to give out the first ever Gamescom Goes Green Award to the best sustainability concept from an exhibitor here at Gamescom. And the nominees are Microsoft Xbox, Yuki, and the Indie Arena booth. And to find out the winner, let's turn it over to Melly.
Thank you, Geoff. And yes, the winner of this year's Gamescom Goes Green Award is Yuki. And here to accept the award is Dr. Joe Twist, CEO of Yuki. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Gamescom, for this wonderful award. It's brilliant to be recognized. Thank you to the Yuki team who work so hard every day to be greener. And thank you to the UN's Playing for the Planet Alliance for inspiring us to change. You know, it's so fantastic to see these amazing game worlds that we're going to play in over the next year. But you know, we only have one planet to live on. And we only have one lifetime to make a change and to protect that planet so that we can continue to play our games. So everybody, whether you're a player or a business, can make one small change starting tomorrow, and together we can play more games together and save the planet. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Joe, and congratulations once again to Yuki. And remember, it is not only the organizers or exhibitors that can go green. All of you can also make a change by donating to the Gamescom Forest. So plant your Gamescom tree today. Geoff, back to you.
Awesome. Thank you very much, Melly. Congratulations to Yuki. Now it's time to announce a brand new game from a new studio of industry veterans working on an ambitious new RPG. Here's the first tease.
In the crux of reality, there exists two lies. One before the shadow, and one behind the eye.
Lots of news here at Gamescom. All right, let's talk about Xbox and Age of Empires 4 that continues to expand. Now we have news on the next civilizations joining the battle as free DLC. If you want to learn more about what's happening with Age of Empires 4, tune into the Xbox booth stream for developer interviews on Thursday. But right now, here's that announcement from Age of Empires 4.
There's more than one way to win a battle, and every empire must find their own path to victory. Whether you strike from afar or ambush up close, the Malians will use wit and strategy to outmaneuver their opponents and gain the advantage on the battlefield. With powerful siege tools and the ability to rally large formations, the Ottomans can keep the pressure on to bring down their enemies' defenses. When the drums of war beat, how will you emerge victorious? History is in the making, and your place in it has just begun.
Time to head to Gotham. You guys excited for Gotham Knights? Well, you don't have to wait long. It is coming this October, and Batgirl, Nightwing, Robin, and Red Hood are going to take over in Gotham Knights. You're probably wondering about the story. Who are the villains? Well, we've got a lot to share in this brand new trailer, and also some exciting news. The release date is going to be a little earlier than you expected. Check this out.
Jim Gordon never gave up on anything. That's why Gotham City is still here. It's why I'm still here. And I've known for a while now that someday, like him, I'd have to work with you. I've seen plenty of criminals in my career, but nothing could have prepared me for this.
Well, well, if it isn't
brat girl. Gotham City is at her weakest. There's blood in the water, and the sharks are circling. They're all making their move. Play nice. But we aren't going to give up.
A storm has risen over Gotham. Nothing can stop it. See you at the premiere.
I need your help. Your skills. Your knowledge. Your adaptability. You got my back?
Oh, boys!
This biopic is based on a true story. My story. Soon, the world will feel the cold as I do.
I got one last little surprise for you.
Come to watch the show, Red Hood.
Nah, I'm just here to kick your ass.
Pretty good trailer, right? October 21st now for Gotham Knights. All right, now it's time to announce a brand new game from a new studio, the global announcement of the ambitious new adventure game developed by Everstone Games. It's called Where Winds Meet, and it's an interactive open-world RPG featuring action, adventure, and martial arts set in a turbulent time in the Northern Song Dynasty. The combat looks really cool. Check out this announcement of Where Winds Meet. Where winds meet. Again, so much new IP tonight. It's really cool. All right. Back when we started ONL in 2019, a very special guest joined me here in person to close the show. And this year, when I told him that we were going to be back here live in person, he said, well, I got to take part in some way. So please say hello to my good friend, Hideo Kojima. Mr. Kojima?
Thank you, Jeff. ゲームズコムの皆さん、こんにちは。小島秀夫です。僕は今ですね、ゲームの制作、ゲームの新作に取り組んでおりますが、今回は別のニュースのお知らせとなります。この度9月から、僕のポッドキャスト番組を Spotify でなんと独占配信することになりました。おー。それでですね、英語版と日本語版をそれぞれ同時通訳を交えて制作するというですね、新しい試みです。全世界のリスナーに向けてお届けをしたいと思います。またですね、ジェフ・キーリによるエンタメ業界ニュースのコーナーもレギュラー化の決定です。第1回の配信は9月8日を予定しております。各分野を代表するですね、超スペシャルゲストも登壇予定です。ぜひリンクをチェックして楽しみに待っていてください。以上、小島秀夫でした。ありがとうございます。
Last year, opening night live, we announced Park Beyond from Limbic Entertainment and Bandai Namco. And this year, they've got an awesome booth experience for those of you here in person. And for those of you at home, we've got a brand new trailer that shows you more of this incredible amusement park simulation game.
Here is a little something to inspire you. Be creative! Great job, guys. This has a lot of potential.
Couldn't we go a step beyond? Ta-da!
What about you? Will you go beyond your imagination? Park Beyond, coming soon!
So much fun. I love the diversity of games we have here. Amusement Park Simulator. I love Theme Park back in the day. Great to see that's coming out from Limbic and Bandai Namco. All right, now it's time to share another special announcement here at Gamescom. Not a game, but a concept car. That's right, it's here at Gamescom, and I got to catch up with Oliver Heimer, the head of Mini Design. Let's check it out. All right, I'm over here at the Mini booth with Oliver. This is the Mini Concept Aceman reveal. This looks so cool.
I'm glad you like it.
Well, let's take a look and learn more in this trailer. Oh, this looks so cool. I have so many questions for you, Oliver. First of all, I want to ask you about this partnership, a car with gaming features and Pokemon. How did this come together?
Yeah, first of all, let's talk about Gamescom. You know, Gamescom is one of the core events of fandom pop culture. And as we ourselves are a part of that pop culture, we don't want to miss out such a great event. And the Pokemon Company International and we have a lot in common. We're both iconic brands. And Mini is more than a car. It's a character, your partner to explore the world. And the world of Pokemon is full of unique characters with special powers. So we share a love for distinctive design and strong values.
Well, I'm going to ask you your favorite Pokemon in a minute, but first, I want to ask about the gaming features. We saw a little bit in the trailer. Tell us, break it down. Why does this appeal to gamers?
So, first of all, it's all about the Aceman's gaming features. It's designed to be playful, as the brand is. The Pokemon mode welcomes you inside of the car, and then you can connect your gaming console to your Mini. And all you notice is a lot of details referencing Pikachu in particular.
Yeah.
The Aceman is fully electric, just like Pikachu is an electric type. So they're a perfect match.
Is there an overarching motto to this partnership?
So indeed there it is. We asked ourselves the question, what is if a car could connect it with your gaming console, just like it does with your smartphone? So we are promoting a playful mindset, just like our brand in Pokemon. So our Gamescom claim is play on, never stop playing.
Well, speaking of never stop playing, will we see you next year at Gamescom as well?
Yeah, we plan to stay in the game and play on for sure, like we always have from the get-go. So stay tuned.
Awesome. All right, Oliver, thank you so much. And we've got much more O&L still to come.
Darktide is a first-person co-op game set in the grim-dark future of Warhammer 40,000. Welcome to Tertium, a sprawling hive city on the brink of destruction. You are a reject, a convict freed to serve the Inquisition in this darkest of hours. It is your duty to fight, and, if necessary, die for the Emperor. You can expect no help, no reinforcements. You are Tertium's last line of defense. Tertium is about to begin. Rejects will rise.
Once upon a time, there were two twin sisters, Zora and Yaga.
You got it all wrong. Once upon a time, there was a freak with no face.
Stop it!
You can't hide from Baba, Princess. How much longer you want to be a nobody?
I just need to find the Red Oak.
What you really want to find is the hut.
What the hell is wrong with this forest?
Not bad. You kill it again.
If anything bad happens, always head straight to the Red Oak.
Red Bull gives you wings.
And now it is time for a final award. But don't worry, there is more on Saturday, so make sure to not miss our award show on Saturday. But here are your nominees for the most wanted Sony PlayStation game. The Dark Pictures, The Devil in Me. Lies of P. One Piece Odyssey. And the winner is Lies of P. Here to accept the award is Ji-won Choi, Project Director at NeoWiz. The stage is yours.
Oh, thank you. First of all, I'm very proud of my team members, and we always do our best to live up to our team's name enough. And finally, do you know BTS? Like BTS in Korean pop, will be enough in the Korean gaming industry. Thank you. 감사합니다.
Thank you. Congratulations once again to Lies of P. Thank you so much. And yes, that's it from me for tonight. But before I say goodbye, I want to bring your attention to a more serious matter. The past 5 months of war have been devastating for the Ukrainian families, and UNICEF and partners on the ground are supporting those in need. And of course, funds are needed. So please consider donating at unicef.org if it's possible. And yes, we have to take care of each other. Gamescom also supports the development of Antura, the language learning game for Ukrainian children. Antura is based on an app which was made for Syrian war refugees to learn the local language. And I mean, in times like this, it is more important than ever to take care of each other. And I hope you keep that in mind, not only for Gamescom this week, but way after. Thank you so much. That's it from me, and have a wonderful Gamescom. Geoff, back to you.
Thank you, Melly. Great to have you with us. We got a few more games to go. Now, one of the great things about Gamescom is we love to profile games made in Germany, and this next game was made by 4 students in Berlin. It was a big success on Steam, and now it's coming to a new platform, and we've got the announcement right now. Cute, beautiful, now we're gonna get dark. The Outlast Trials. You guys excited for this game? The Outlast Trials we showed you last year at Gamescom Open Night Live, and we haven't heard anything since really from the team, and everyone keeps asking me, when are we gonna get to play this? Well, tonight, we've got the world premiere of the brand new trailer, and yes, some news on when you might get to play it. Here we go.
Dispensing of existence. To create constant pressure. Absolute failure control. But we got fucking laws around here! Resist an assault upon identity. What do you want from me? Establishment of guilt.
Look at that pretty face.
Progress and harmony. Self-betrayal. A subjugation of perception. Guard. Chemical encouragement. Doctrine over person.
This is for your own good.
The final confession. Elaborate and inclusive, rather than terse, for an even greater emphasis upon the experience of personal rebirth. Chef went out. Political criminals are subjected to a literally fatal dispensing of existence by the promise of execution.
That's right. Some people will get to play something this year, the Outlast Trials. All right. Next up, we've got a tease of the first release from Embark Studios, which a lot of the veterans that worked on the Battlefield franchise in Stockholm, Sweden. They've got a shooter wrapped in a game show format where destruction is going to play a key role. What we've got here is a short tease with some actual gameplay in it. The full reveal is coming later in September. You can sign up starting now to get in to start playtests of this. Check out the finals. All right, we got one more game for you tonight at Gamescom Opening Night Live, and this is one we've all been waiting a long time for. Here we go. It's true, Dead Island 2 coming next February, and joining me now to tell us about this long-awaited game is Khan. Khan, great to have you with us. First of all, let's explain a little context to that trailer we saw. Who is that character that we meet?
Thank you, Geoff. It's great to be here. So you just met Jacob, and he is just one of our 6 playable characters. Our zombie slayers have larger-than-life personalities and unique dialogue, which fits in with a very pulpy and irreverent tone, as you could tell.
I see the tagline there, see you in Hell A, so it looks like we're heading to Los Angeles in this game?
Well, our pulpy tone is kind of a love letter to classic cult Hollywood horror B-movies, so where better to set it than in Los Angeles, sort of a modern paradise gone to hell.
Well, yeah, it looks cool. It's obviously over the top. I know you're working on the narrative for it. This game has been, long awaited for many, many years. You guys have been working on it for a few?
Yeah, I'm sure some fans would agree with you. It has been long awaited, but Deep Silver Dambuster Studios started work on it about 4 years ago. We were really lucky. We got to build it from the ground up. We got to focus on what we love about the franchise, the over-the-topness, and we think we've got a really great action RPG out of that.
So let's talk about the gameplay. We saw the CG piece, obviously, but what can we expect from the gameplay when you show it?
So Dead Island 2's gameplay is all about experimenting with your preferred zombie slaying methods, just kind of going nuts. It's a combat toy box of close quarters, melee brutality, with a few guns for fun.
Okay, well, can't wait to learn more. When are we going to get to see more, see some gameplay of it?
You want to see some gameplay?
I think we want to see some gameplay. You guys want to see the gameplay? Can we do it now?
How about now?
Okay, let's do it. Here's your first look at the gameplay of Dead Island 2. Thanks, Khan.
Stand the fuck back. It's hammer time.
This way for the happy ending.
Jimmy? Humanity's survival depends on the red gold pumping through my veins.
Well, sounds like you're the star of the show now.
This motherfucker! Oh, shit. Boom! Gods and whiskey!
I will not have this devil in my house!
This is beyond insane.
And believe it or not, there is an uncut version of that trailer you can watch online if you want to see even more. All right, well, that's Dead Island 2 coming in February, and that is going to wrap up all the reveals for Gamescom Opening Night Live 2022. It's been a fun show, but before we go, I just want to say I hope everyone has a great Gamescom. There's lots of live streams for the next couple of days, lots of things for you guys to go and play and check out here on the show floor. And as for me and the team, well, we're going to go back to Los Angeles and get ready for the Game Awards 2022, which I'm excited to announce will be live on Thursday, December the 8th, 2022 from the Microsoft Theater in Los Angeles. We've got lots of great stuff we're working on for that. But until then, hope you guys have a great Gamescom. Thanks so much for being a part of Opening Night Live. We'll see you soon.
welcome back to GameSpot's coverage of Gamescom 2022. That was Geoff Keighley with Opening Night Live. I'm Lucy James, and joined again by Timur Hussein.
Hello, Gamescom.
It's Gamescom, and Kurt Indovina.
Hi.
I mean, before we get into the kind of nitty-gritty rundown, what did you both think of the show?
I thought it was good. Expectations were properly managed by young Geoff ahead of this, so we didn't go in there expecting crazy things, but there were just enough cool things and surprises for us to kind of get excited about, but not mind-blowing by any measure. I think very heavy on CG footage this year. Feels like the main themes where we've got a lot of CG footage and we've got a lot of space games, and it sure did deliver on those two parts.
First and foremost, space games have been the ongoing thing for the past, since Game Awards. It was just space game, space horror, space game.
Summer Game Fest was Summer Space Fest, more like.
Summer Space Fest. But we did get, for what it's worth, actually get a little bit more of Lies of P. I keep wanting to call it Life of P.
Life of Pi?
Life
of Peeing. Lies of P. We did actually get a good. I mean, we've seen gameplay of that already, but we got a big old chunker more of it, and we actually did see Dead Island 2, and we saw Callisto Protocol gameplay, which is exactly what I wanted to see, like a glimpse, or at least like a little walk in the footsteps of what the game is like. But yeah, lots of CG, but still a wink and a nod.
Yeah, let's start with Lies of P there, because you brought it up. You both love Bloodborne. What did you make of this one? I also had a really stupid moment in the middle of it where I just went, "Oh, the P stands for Pinocchio." Which
I didn't know you were being serious.
No, I was being completely serious. Unfortunately for me, I was being completely serious. I don't know. I thought it looked really cool, but I defer to you two as the Bloodborne fans. Tam, you obviously, come on.
Yeah, I mean, I think it looks really cool, really interesting. I think the tricky thing is, like, when you are a fan of From's games, like, you're always chasing that high, and there's nothing quite as disappointing as looking at a game and thinking, oh, this could scratch that itch, and then ultimately finding out that it doesn't really. We have a lot of those games, past and present, and I have a pretty good radar for them, and I usually am pretty good at tuning them out, and I, for the most part, will do that. However, this one, it feels like it's kind of punched through a bit more. It feels like it's not just trying to ape what From does. It's a mixture of like its own ideas and some of inspirations from them. I really like that they have a fundamental kind of like world theme and aesthetic to it that they are kind of working off of. The whole like Pinocchio side of it is really clever, really smart way to kind of put a spin on something that people know, and most people who know Pinocchio know it for its kind of Disney version, where it's kind of like colorful and very upbeat, and it's a story about becoming a real boy and all that kind of business. And this is kind of taking that and almost injecting a cosmic horror element to it. Not actually cosmic horror, but like when you look behind the curtain of something and see something way more horrifying, that is what Lies of P feels like it's doing. Like behind the curtain of Pinocchio is something way worse. And there's a lot of beyond the vibe and the aesthetic of the city. It's like a mixture of gothic and also like futuristic. There's a lot of like electricity stuff happening, a lot of like mechanical arm stuff, and characters. At one point you see what looks like, it seems like you're playing as Pinocchio, but that remains to be confirmed, because at one point there's that man there who's like, it's good to see you again, son, who I assume I assume it's Geppetto, but who knows. But like there's a cast of characters and they all seem like they have a part to play. There's some weird like ability stuff happening with it, and combat stuff I really want to see more of. It's exciting. It's one of those games that, like I said, as a incredibly cynical Souls-like person who is more often than not will not enjoy Souls-like games, is one that has like definitely piqued my attention in the similar way to kind of like Thymesia has recently, where there's something going on with that game that's worth checking out. I feel like Lies of P is another one of those games where it's like, all right, I'm gonna keep an eye on this.
Kurt, what'd you make of it?
I will say I was like, I've been extremely skeptical of this game, but I think it's because we've seen so many Souls clones, and not saying that's like. I mean, there are some good ones out there that exist that have done it well. This one in particular, first when I was wow, this is just like a Bloodborne reskin. But not even that. It was like a Blood, they just kind of changed the characters, made them more. The trailer did make me a little bit more optimistic. At least I wasn't maybe on the same. I was maybe on the same side as Tam, being a little cynical, being like, yeah, I mean, I would love to just get a new Bloodborne, but this is just going to feel like. This is going to be just something that feels like a hole that I'm just like, yeah, but this isn't what I want Bloodborne 2. That aside...
You are cutting out a little bit, so I'm just going to pause you right there until your internet comes back. I'm sorry, we'll come back to it, but we can't really hear you. I'm so sorry. We'll come back.
Robo-Kurt.
Robo-Kurt has joined us. I can't tell if he's crashed there, if he's just being very, very still.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
You are Robot-Kurt, I'm afraid. Sorry, mate. You can figure that out. Maybe see if you've got any streams or something going. I will go to Tam. We talked a little bit about Sonic Frontiers before we started. Did this trailer do enough to change your mind?
I feel like I'm caught in this. I'm still very much aware, and I feel like we're still in the Sonic cycle of it, where it's like, yeah, the trailer looked good. Like the gameplay stuff looked good. You know, it looked like. They had some actual like crafted and curated areas that you can go into in between the open world like part of it, which is the open world part of it is mostly what we've seen thus far, and that is the thing that a lot of people were reacting to, where it's like it seems desolate, it seems kind of empty, and it seems kind of not at all engaging game-wise. It's like random hovering structures that you kind of run around and go up to. Whereas the stuff that we saw today was a little more like, oh, this is like a Sonic Adventure style area. The interesting thing for me is like, I think it's taking itself very seriously, which anytime Sonic takes itself seriously is not good. It's not a good time. But I think there's... at one point, I think someone tells Sonic that he can't stop running, he can't run forever, and I'm like, I don't know, man. That's kind of his deal. He just runs pretty much all the time, non-stop.
Pretty quickly, so I've heard.
But yeah, I don't know. There's like promise to it, but I'm still not convinced. I think that a self-serious tone is a miss for me right now. But we'll see how it goes. Maybe it'll be fun.
Yeah, I mean, like I said earlier, I'm not really a Sonic person. That trailer didn't really do much for me, but you know, the release date, that November 8th. What do we think about that one?
Sooner or later, we'll know if it's good or not. But I don't know. It's dangerously close to another video game that probably there's less skepticism around.
Yeah.
So good luck to Sonic in his future endeavors.
Oh, and also sorry to Kurt because his internet is completely messed up. But I love how he's kind of.
Can we
frozen
leave him
like
on the screen like that?
Just
That'd be
looking
great.
so disappointed.
Am I just not here? No.
You're frozen completely.
Just let it go.
I mean, you can't leave the call because you'll mess up the Discord layout, unfortunately. So
You hear me? Like in my body out voice.
You gotta stop talking. You gotta stop talking.
You sound like
You sound like a
you sound like
nightmare.
one of the robots from Stray. All right, we'll keep going. Tam, another surprise. Well, no, the last one wasn't a surprise, but we got an actual surprise here. The Lords of the Fallen.
They are back.
I mean, I honestly didn't expect to see this one. Lords of the Fallen was a game where came out like 2013, 2014, didn't really set the world on fire, and then they said they were making a new one. They set up a whole new team. It was a bunch of the folks who worked on Just Cause 3. And then that one kind of got, folks left, the project got rebooted, and now it looks like we have The Lords of the Fallen.
Yeah, it's been like 8 years or something like that now.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, another game that takes inspiration from Software and Dark Souls. The original Lords of the Fallen.
That would have been a better segue, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I know. But, you know, we do what we can here. We got Robot Kurt falling apart. We got no coffee brains for both of us.
I know.
But yeah, another game that's inspired by the impeccable works of From Software. The original Lords of the Fallen was one of those games that when it first showed up I think of it as one of the early days Souls-likes that gathered a lot of like kind of attention because it looked super polished. It looked really, really interesting. It looked like there was a lot going on with it, and unfortunately none of that kind of bore out when people played it. It was like kind of not great. Didn't feel good to play, kind of a empty kind of shell of a Souls-like. However, it did attract enough attention. There's a lot of clout around the IP. A lot of people did buy it and play it, and some people liked it, I guess. Definitely enough for them to double down on a sequel. This feels like they are thinking about the world at least way more. We've seen none of the gameplay, so hard to say what's going to go on, but there's some interesting stuff that you can take away from that CG trailer with the lamp that he's holding, which seems to be like siphoning energy off enemies, which could be a really cool combat mechanic that that's one thing that a lot of Souls-like developers haven't done yet, like tying kind of the revive and resurrection mechanic to something that you do more closely in combat. The closest we get is like Sekiro, which has, you know, the death blows kind of charging, that kind of stuff. But yeah, I'm excited for it. I want to see gameplay. I think like what separates this and Lies of P at this point is we got the CG trailer for Lies of P and it was like, cool, this looks interesting. And now we've got the gameplay trailer for Lies of P and it looks like, oh, okay, they've got some stuff going on here. As it stands, Lords of the Fallen, all we've seen is a CG trailer, so I'm going to reserve judgment, and skepticism levels will be readjusted based on when we see the actual gameplay.
Skepticism levels will be readjusted accordingly. I mean, it was a good trailer, but I kind of wish to see some of that gameplay like you. I always take CG trailers with a kind of a big grain of salt, which is why I was very, very happy to see when we looked at Callisto Protocol, we got a good chunk of gameplay, and I mean this with the utmost respect, and the fact that I'm excited for the game, it was exactly what I expected it to be. It looked great. It looked like methodical, gruesome. It looked like it was gonna scare the crap out of me. I was very into it. What'd you make of it?
Yeah, I pretty much exactly what you said there was nail on the head. Like it's exactly what we kind of want it to be, and it doesn't really need to. It seems like they've got some interesting, like there's a dodge mechanic in there now. It seems like at one point the main character does a cool little shimmy to get away from the enemy, but in pretty much every other way it felt like a Dead Space game, you know, like using the kind of powers to lift the enemies and chuck them into rotating blades and brutal combat. I think your character looked like he was really taking a beating, so I do wonder about the fragility or like the survival horror nature of it, and whether it's a little more skewed towards action, or it could be simply a case of like, for the purposes of this trailer, we're gonna, you know, make him basically unkillable and so he can take a beating. But yeah, in terms of, I got a little bit of what I wanted, which was atmosphere. Like I got a vibe to it. It wasn't overbearing. There was not a lot of music happening. You could just hear a lot of breathing and desperate struggling and like slushing of blood and sinew.
Such a weird. Like imagine if you took that out of context. Just a lot of breathing.
There's a lot of breathing, bit of blood and sinew. That's what I need in my games.
Kurt, are you back?
I hope I am.
You are. Hey, welcome back, mate.
Quick, tell us about what you thought about Callisto Protocol before you turn into a robot again.
I was so mad a moment ago because I actually had something to say about Lies of P. It doesn't matter.
Well, hey, here's
We've
your
moved
time.
on.
No, we can go for Lies of P.
It looks like it has a story. That's what I'm saying.
What do you mean it looks like it has a story? What are you saying about Bloodborne?
No, what I'm saying is it looked... The thing that got me excited or interested in Lies of P that separated it from other Souls-like in Bloodborne is that it wasn't taking a cryptic approach to telling a story. It was taking a much more forefront cinematic approach. Like it looked like there were like cutscenes, like jumping through windows and stuff. But no one cares about that anymore because we have moved on to another game that I care about. Well, thank you.
But you do care about this one. What do you reckon about Callisto? Do you like what you saw?
I admittedly, I think I just agree with you, Lucy. I saw exactly what I kind of was expecting to see in a good way. So I will say, I don't know if either one of you have mentioned this yet because I was too eager having like a temper tantrum by myself in my mind. I got Last of Us combat vibes.
Yes, I was actually thinking that a little bit.
Which was
like
unusual
stealth?
to see. Yeah, which was unusual to see in like the what we would what we're so used to seeing, and that was actually kind of like a relief to see that it's like, yes, you have your like your UI that just looks like Dead Space. You have your ability to like pull things to you and throw it into meat grinders that are just kind of conveniently placed for you to do that. But then I was like, oh, it's like you can crouch. That's exciting. You can sneak up and do a little of that and this and that. So yeah, it gave me Last of Us vibes. It gave me like more so than I anticipated to see. So that was cool to see. I have things to say.
No, I agree with you there, and honestly, that makes me feel like I will have somewhat of a chance in this game instead of just like freaking out. If I can even the playing field a little bit with stealth, then that is 100% my bag. Let's talk a little bit about. I honestly didn't expect a new PlayStation controller, the DualSense Edge.
I didn't know what that was.
Which, okay, you know what? I'm just gonna say it. It sounds a little bit like a name for a sex toy.
Ooh.
DualSense Edge.
The DualSense already did kind of,
I mean, yeah, but I have said so many times on podcast shows, whatever, that I absolutely love the Elite Series 2. It is one of my favorite controllers. And while I love the DualSense, I don't have the flexibility to make it how I want it, and I'm not even that particular, I don't think, but I have certain things that I have changed. Like I have really bad repetitive strain injury, and so being able to use back pedals is super great for me. And I've always been a little bit sad that PlayStation has never done the same thing, but now it looks like they are. Looks like highly customizable. I did see like little flaps for the back.
You're using flaps on your DualSense, are you?
I might. What did you guys make of it?
DualSense Edge with the flaps.
Yeah, I mean, it makes perfect sense that they would make one of these at this point. Like the demand for it is really high, and you can make a lot of money off selling premium controllers. But yeah, based on the stuff that they've shown, it looks like it's got all the fundamentals that you need for a pro-ish controller. Customizable control stuff, like profile stuff that you can save, and then there's like dedicated buttons to like help you adjust things, kind of its own like UI style thing, and then it's got like changeable stick caps and back buttons and replaceable modules and that kind of stuff. So for all us like weird controller weirdos to get excited about, it looks like it's got everything there, and it still looks nice. I like the way the DualSense looks. So I'm glad they're not like switching it up too much. They showed off the white one. I'm interested to see whether they'll have like other colors, because since they released the DualSense, they've now put out a bunch of different colors for that controller. So hopefully they have more than just the white one and black one.
Kurt, any thoughts?
My DualSense like crunches in my hands, like even when I pick it up. Like if I breathe on it the wrong way, it like kind of like winces at me. So I'm a little concerned about its life. So if there is a solution for a DualSense Edge with the flaps, that doesn't feel like it's going to crunch, like just disintegrate my hands at any moment, I'm here for it.
Hell yeah. Let's talk about some of the other new things that we got to look at. I mean, let's talk about Hideo Kojima's Spotify series.
Yes, let's talk about that.
If of all the Kojima things, you can never really predict what he's going to do next. And I really did not have him doing a podcast series called Brain Structure down. Tam, what'd you make of it? I know you're
I'm excited for it. People may have forgotten, but this isn't the first podcast that Kojima has had. Back in the day, he used to do the Koji Pro podcast. Those were, I think, that launched post Metal Gear Solid 3, pre Metal Gear Solid 4, and it kind of was an update on. It was your regular check-in with the team at Kojima Productions to talk about what they were up to, and it was honestly a lot of talking about Monster Hunter. Because they were all obsessed with Monster Hunter at the time, but they also used to drop in tidbits about the game that they were working on, and also a lot of the stuff that they liked and were consuming that at the time while making the games. And honestly, like if that's what this is, if they just talk a little bit more about what Kojima likes, and he gets to talk to people, creators, whether they're in the games industry or the music industry or movies, TV, whatever. I'm up for that. Like, there's a lot of cynicism and a lot of people take the piss with Kojima, but like, the man is enthusiastic about stuff in a way that I wish I could be maintain on a daily basis. Like, you'll look at a piece of bread and be like, this is awesome bread. Here's my amazing bread. I made toast today and it's good. Or he'll like take a screenshot of his whatever bizarre music player he's listening to and be like, here is the low raw song that I'm currently listening to and it's the greatest thing in my life. And you know what? I'm ready for that energy in audio form. I'm ready for him to be excited about things. I'm ready for him to be like indulgent and inspire, you know, other people to do the same. So yeah, I'm down for it.
Very nice. I love at the moment how much he loves Huey from The Boys, which is very, very wholesome. Kurt, you gonna listen to Kojima's Spotify podcast?
First off, I don't really listen to podcasts. So if it was like 10 minutes and Nicholas Winding Refn was on it, I would consider tuning in. But as far as I'm concerned, I don't think he actually works. I don't know if Kojima's actually working because all he does is take pictures of his record collection and the music he's listening to. No, he has people to do that
for him.
Well, then, he also is like an influencer on the side because like people, like Netflix is always sending him like boxes of stuff, and he's like taking like time. I mean, not saying that it consumes a lot of time in your day, but like,
he has a team of people taking those pictures for him, and
he's not taking those pictures himself.
No, so he's a little behind the scenes. When he came, he and Yoji Shinkawa came to the GameSpot office to shoot audio logs. There was an entourage, mate.
Well, I saw that, but is he just like pulling records out and be like, here, take pictures of this?
But no, he had like his own cinematographer. Do you remember?
Yeah,
Because he came in and he shot that video, and
remember.
in the car on the way out, that guy had already like edited together a video of their day at our office and then uploaded it. Like he has this on lock.
Yeah, he knows what he's doing. Like, I bet you he just like picks up a sandwich and whoever's there is like, picture, and he's like, sure, whatever, and then he does it.
I will say I was really hoping he was going to put out an album. If Kojima moved into like the music space and started doing like what David Lynch did and came out with a bunch of albums out of the blue, I would have lost my mind.
If he did,
excited.
If he did music, there's one thing I can say: it is 100% at the very least will be better than anything Jeremy Renner has produced in his lifetime in a studio.
Unpredictable, I gotta tell you.
Exactly. So I'm down for a Kojima.
Why are you putting
podcast.
Jeremy Renner and Kojima like in the same?
Sudden pivots to music.
Sphere.
Sudden pivots to music. Jeremy Renner is one of them.
Yeah, it would make sense. I was really hoping for the Kojima album, but instead I hope Brain Structure is just subliminal ways to announce things that we don't know are coming.
I mean, people are gonna read into it super.
I know. Anyway. I'm gonna play every episode in reverse. That's the only way I'll listen to it.
I hope it's just like ASMR, and it's just Kojima quite gently lulling you into sleep, just being like, "You want to go sleep now?" And then he launch into something about nuclear proliferation, and you're like, okay, cool, I can do this.
We had a lot of announcements. Let's talk a little bit about Everywhere, which is the new game from Leslie Benzies, formerly of Rockstar Games. What did you make of that one? This one opened the show.
That sure did look like a game about everything and nothing that you could very easily use the words metaverse and perhaps blockchain and NFT around.
I hope that's
not
the case.
I can't say whether for sure it is any of those, but man, they're like the energy coming off of it. I was like, I've reached a stage in my life where I want a singular focused vision for your game as opposed to this is everything. You can do anything here, because guess what? I will not be doing anything. When it's everything, it's nothing. So, I don't know. It looks kind of cool. You can race ATVs, and then you're a third-person shooter, and then it's Crackdown, and then it's you PlayStation Home, and cool, man.
I mean, the elephant in the room here is that it looked a little Fortnite-y.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
I mean, it looks like everything all at once. I have nothing to say about it because I have absolutely no idea what it was. And even when they were trying to say, like, it's a lot to talk about, they were like, yeah, sure is. I'm like, yeah, it is. And that was the end of the conversation. So that's what I want developers to do now. If you're coming on stage with one of these things, you better have like a follow-up pitch that is like a tweet or less that can summarize what your game is. If it is one of these weird Fortnite style, like we're trying to shove everyone in here and make it everything. Bizarre.
Everything Everywhere All at Once, I guess. Let's talk a little bit about Monkey Island. Kurt, I know you're a big fan. Did you like what you saw today with the free horse armor?
Oh, if I'm no, I the game. So like the thing is like my reaction isn't like a negative one. It's like kind of to be expected. Ron Gilbert and his crew have become like so fourth wall breaking. They always were, but I feel like it's been like launched into the universe over the few their past couple of releases. Specifically Thimbleweed Park, which was just like fourth wall breaking the game. So yeah, I mean, it's like to me it was just a release trailer. It was just a release date trailer, which I'm happy about. That's fine.
It looks really cool. The art looks really nice, but
the art is fantastic.
I'm slightly worried about that humor now that they made a horse armor joke in 2022. It's like extreme boomer energy.
That is,
just
but that is Ron Gilbert energy. I mean,
yeah, you're right.
That's why I say it with like this isn't like a negative thing. It's just what I think many people should come to expect, and even something I'm actually really worried about with Return to Monkey Island, because one of my concerns and criticisms of Thimbleweed Park was like if you're not an adventure game person, or if let's just say you missed the height of the heyday of the genre and you have no idea who Ron Gilbert is, then I always was like, I don't think people will understand what Thimbleweed Park is, because it's constantly referring to Ron Gilbert, it's constantly referring to other adventure games, and I think that's like it should live on its own merits. So that has been an underlying concern I've had with Return to Monkey Island in general, but that doesn't mean that I as a fan am not like looking forward to it. But I'm definitely like, yeah, we'll see what the non-boomer, even non-millennial folks think of that game.
Different voice for Stan though in Monkey Island. Not sure if I'm into it yet.
Well, we'll see. We don't have long to wait before it comes out. One of my highlights, I've got two little highlights because we've been running for about 25 minutes already. Moonbreaker, Brandon Sanderson, the man who does not sleep. He listed off some of his achievements and some of his works at the beginning of that little trailer. But what I really liked was that this is the one from the Subnautica devs, and it was completely different. It seems like a tabletop miniatures game, but also you get to paint them. I texted resident miniatures enjoyer Dave Jewett on the GameSpot team, and he said, I don't even have time to paint the ones I have in real life, but this looks cool. So what did you guys make of it?
I'm very excited for it. I cannot wait. I love a little Brandon Sanderson story. I love tactics games, and I like to do art, so these work for me. I've never done miniatures.
This is the Tam Venn diagram.
Yeah, I've never done miniatures. I've been very careful about trying not to fall down that hole. But digital miniatures, I can get on board with. I just hope it's not like, how would you like to pay $5 for an extra color of paint?
For a new hue
cynical.
blue.
Yeah, I hope it's none of that. But otherwise, I'm excited to play. I really like the energy they had to it. Like it is like the only thing missing was like the arms of the kid or the person like smashing the pieces together and being like wham. And it does look like it's got a kind of exuberance and a vivaciousness to the gameplay, which I'm interested in.
I'm going to be painting the worst figures anybody's ever seen. Whether or not that's intentional, I can't tell you. But I do know I went down a rabbit hole when I was like 10 years old. Warhammer, the one and only time I ever did it, when I was like, I can't afford this. I'm young. I don't have money. And I painted a single set of like 5 Necrons, and I was like, they're the coolest thing. But I wouldn't be surprised, knowing me, I'll get real impatient and just paint all black and call it a day.
I was also into Warhammer for a very brief amount of time when they released the Lord of the Rings one. So, on brand. And also, just one final cool trailer that I want to talk about before I kind of ask you guys your favorite picks, and we'll talk about Dead Island as well. Where Winds Meet. Game I've never heard of. Really cool trailer. I was kind of a bit worried at the beginning because it looked like one of those like TikTok adverts for like an episodic adventure. But when they started the gameplay trailer, a little mix of Ghost of Tsushima, Assassin's Creed, it looked really cool. The epic music as well, and kind of an otherworldly sort of vibe to it, like a bit supernatural that I really, really enjoyed. What did you think of it?
Looks really cool. Set in China, Northern Song Dynasty period. And mixture of like fantasy and weird dark fantasy stuff. The thing that I'm most interested in seeing more of is the combat, because it looks like it's got a lot of weapon-based stuff, blades and that kind of stuff, but it looks like there's a decent amount of hand-to-hand combat as well, which is something that definitely not a lot of these type of games try and like really flesh out in a meaningful way. So I'm excited to see how that comes together. It definitely is one of my highlights of the show for sure.
I was intrigued. My interest peaked. It's one of those things I'll like keep an eye on. It had the Ghost of Tsushima thing. It had a whisper of Breath of the Wild. It had a bit of Assassin's Creed that we thought while we were watching it at first. But it's one of those like, yeah, that was a surprise, or at least in the sense that's like, I will remember that title. I'm excited to know more.
Tam, otherwise, what was one of your highlights from the show?
Oh, Beyond Lies of P and Where Winds Meet, or Where Winds Meet, whatever it may be called. I think I think we've talked about pretty much everything that would be there. Those two games and then Moonbreaker, I thought was cool. I mean, like Tales from Borderlands looks interesting, and I'm willing to pay a little more attention to the Lords of the Fallen. But those games plus also Dune looked
like
good. Something. I mean, looked like a CG trailer again, but a Dune MMO could have something going on with it. It is from Funcom, Age of Conan people, and various other MMOs, so they know how to make a MMO. But we'll see how that goes. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
And Gotham Knights is coming 4 days early.
Oh yeah, that trailer looked great.
That was a good trailer.
That was a good trailer.
Take back what I said.
Yeah, they've had some shaky trailers and some weird moments in their kind of marketing campaign, but that trailer looked solid.
Okay, what about you? What are your highlights from the show?
This might be a surprise, considering I've never seen this show. And I walked into the beginning of this, but like, don't talk to me because I have no idea what to say about it. But The Expanse looked really sweet. Like that looked like like what it's attached to aside, since I haven't watched it. We kind of went in, or at least I think what you both said, like, oh, like Telltale needs to show something that makes it look like they're going beyond what their old engine was, or their old whatever it was, that, you know, how they used to present their games. And I thought that was like it was a really well presented, stylistic, like grounded new approach to Telltale games. And also like it was really cool to see a more emphasis on like actual physical exploration, like actually pushing a character through an environment and going through space. So I was actually like really like, damn, like this is actually that was one of the only trailers that stuck out to me. No bias, no idea, like really no attachment to The Expanse at all. And I was like, I want to play this. I'm interested in seeing what this is and how Telltale's seems like they're taking a deliberate approach to evolve what they're known for.
Yeah, I was stoked because I love Drummer. She's probably my favorite character from The Expanse, and the fact that, you know, Kara G is in it and she's got the fantastic cheekbones, and like that character is incredible. But I totally agree with what you said. Like it just looks like the bit where she's climbing up the ladder and like avoiding and exploring the world in a more meaningful way. It really excites me. So I'm very, very stoked for that one. And yeah, I guess before we wrap up, let's talk a little bit about Dead Island 2. I wasn't particularly wowed by the trailer. I think just I was expecting something like a little more high energy. Like the whole point of the character is that he looked bored, and I was like, that's not really enticing me as a player, that you're the main character, or one of the 6 main characters is kind of bored, and like the zombie, I get that they're trying to do like, oh, the zombie apocalypse is just your world now, but
there's no stake in that.
Yeah, there's no stake in that. It's like you just, you know, and so I kind of enjoyed it a little bit more when it went to the gameplay, a little bit higher octane, a little bit more what I would expect from Dead Island 2. It seems like Dan Busters, they said, been working on it for 4 years. I'm still not like, I don't know. I just don't think this is going to be one for me.
I didn't see anything in that game to make me think, oh, okay, you're doing this. It's just, it looks like I could have written down everything I have seen there and done that based on everything those kind of games have been up until this point. The most unique thing that they talked about is the setting, which is like, okay, cool. But we haven't, admittedly, we've seen a small amount of it, but I don't know what they could do that would kind of really turn me. Open world zombie game where you've got a bunch of options on how you kill zombies, and there's going to be a bunch of different zombie types, and you're in LA and everyone's going to be like weirdly making light of the situation for comedy value. All right.
Okay, how'd you feel about it?
It exists in a space that serves a very like specific audience and purpose. I wouldn't say I would put it somewhere with Borderlands, but I just feel like I imagine like there's these audiences that love Borderlands. There's these audiences that love first-person exploration games. It's like, I don't know, I even like think about maybe Far Cry is doing it a disservice, but it's just like there's just these big open world games where you do things and you shoot stuff and you have a good time doing it, and Dead Island 2 just seems that it's going to be fitting in that space with all those other things, and that's totally fine. So I didn't see anything that put me in awe in its imagination. I did think like seeing that the environment seems to play a little bit bigger of a role in the gameplay, and how like you like shot the gas thing out and like you were able to light that thing on fire and kick people in. Nothing we haven't seen before, but you know, it's cool to see that at least the world feels like it's kind of is working, I guess, like working its own way. So yeah, I'm unenthusiastically like, sure, cool, that's fine, cool.
I'm sure it'll definitely find its audience. Like the first game was very successful, as was the kind of like pseudo game, you know, Dead Island, very similar, but they also found Dying Light also found its audience. Dead and Dying, brilliant. All right, that's it from us. Thank you so much for joining us for the pre and post show for opening night live. We're gonna have a bunch of coverage with a look at some of the new games revealed at Gamescom, so make sure to subscribe to GameSpot on YouTube if you haven't already, and make sure to check back to gamespot.com. Tam, where can people find you?
You find me everywhere at TomorH doing stuff.
Okay, what about you?
You can find me somewhere in San Francisco, wandering in the streets. I'm sure you'll see a lanky, pale dude doing high kicks. Otherwise, if you do feel any need to follow me or see what it is that I'm making, at Kurt_Indovina is how you do that.
Awesome. And I'm on Twitter at Lucy James Games, and we'll see you next time.